David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Magno Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Magno Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Meeting on September 26th at 2:06 p.m. Could I please have a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Present. Next, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, the State Pledge, land acknowledgement, moment of reflection, Nicolette Martinez. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the sea symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. I acknowledge that this county building and Santa Fe County is on the original homeland of the Tewa people. The city is also known as Ogopogogi Owenge, White Shell Watering Place. Next, we'll go to moment of reflection. Martina. Ms. Martinez.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to wish Commissioner Hamilton happy birthday on Saturday. I want to wish Daniel Fresquez happy birthday today, and Ambra Baca birthday tomorrow. So we have a lot of birthdays to celebrate, and I want to recognize all of you. Thank you for all being here. Thank you, Daniel, for being here on your birthday. Okay, please have a seat, everyone. Next, we'll go on to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, do we have any changes or additions to the agenda?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, last Tuesday, September 19th. The amended agenda was posted on Friday, more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. There was packet material added to the agenda of which you were apprised previously. In terms of the substantive changes from the initial agenda to the amended agenda, they were to add miscellaneous action item 6D, as well as item numbers 3 and 4 to the executive session under matters from the county attorney, agenda item 11A. and there are no recommended changes to the amended agenda as posted.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, next we'll go on to years of service, retirement, and new hires and recognition. County Manager Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have several employees who are recognizing anniversary milestones of significance, as well as many new employees that we'd like to recognize. No retirements, however. First, we have 2 employees who are celebrating their 5 years of service with the county. They are Mark Juergens in our GIS division, Clarissa Garcia in the Sheriff's Department, and Daniel Sanchez in the Information Technology Department is actually celebrating 10 years with the county. Congratulations to each of them, and appreciate their continued loyalty to the county. In terms of new hires during the month of August, as we've previously reported, we've received a significant increase in interest in our adult detention facility because of the salary increases approved by the Board of County Commissioners during the budget process. So the following team members joined us as detention officers: Jason Carney, Maria Gomez, Damian Graham, Alfred Quintana, and Lucas, I believe it is Scalf. Also Dominic DiCarto, Jared Eldridge, Daniel Gonzalez, Mark Lopez, Angel Sanchez, Matthew Silala, if I'm not mistaken, all joined the adult detention facility either as detention officers or as a sergeant. So again, at this point, we are close to being fully staffed in our detention officer ranks. David Baca joined the Health and the Community Services Department as a driver, cook's assistant. Joe Lozano joined CSD as a program manager. At Project and Facilities Management, Doug Nava joined the team as an administrative assistant, and Adam Gonzalez also joined the Public Works Department as an equipment operator. In the Community Development Department, William Donahu joined the team as a sustainability specialist, and in the Community Services Department, Lauren Vigil joined as a DWI compliance monitor. Michael Galizio joined the Land Use Department as a senior planner. Catherine Martinez joined the Sheriff's Department as Secretary Senior. Corey Prudhomme joined the Sheriff's Department as a Deputy Cadet. And finally, Joseph Sandoval joined the county as a utilities maintenance worker in our utilities department. So want to recognize all of those new hires and look forward to the day when we're celebrating their anniversaries with the county.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Congratulations to all the people who joined our corrections. That is good to hear because it makes it a safer work environment to have that number, a higher number of employees. So thank you very much. Next, we will go on to recognition of employees award, accreditation, and other accomplishments.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. 3 individuals or teams we wanted to have a special shout out today. First, the New Mexico Energy Services Coalition named the County Sustainable Division's GES-PC project as the 2023 Medium Energy Project of the Year. This award recognizes an outstanding energy and/or water conservation project that was substantially completed in the last year with a total project cost between $1 to $5 million. Jacqueline Beam, our sustainability manager, accepted the award at the Energy Symposium in Albuquerque on September 13th. Concerned with sustainability and fiscal responsibility, the county worked to develop a project that evaluated the buildings of greatest concern from a greenhouse gas emissions perspective. The county selected 13 buildings to support their work towards reduced emissions while addressing other critical facility needs. This $1.9 million project upgraded LED lighting fixtures, implemented new HVAC control technology, installed over 80 kilowatts of solar PV energy generation capacity, and other measures resulting in a reduction of the water consumption by 2.1 million gallons annually. The project also saved the county 17.3% in annual utility cost and reduced the county's CO2 emissions by almost 900,000 pounds. So again, congratulations to the sustainability team and Jacqueline Beam in particular as the manager for that award. Also wanted to recognize that Santa Fe County was recognized by Sunset Magazine as one of the best travel destinations in the U.S. West for 2023. The magazine called out our world-class opera, ski resorts and spas, art and culture, and nature and history. And it further noted that the county continues to evolve with immersive experiences like Meow Wolf and the new Sky Railways themed train rides. Wanted to acknowledge our tourism and marketing division in terms of working with the magazine on that recognition. Finally, as the board knows, the county was awarded or invited to participate in the Bureau of Justice Assistance Planning Initiative to build bridges to increase access to opioid use disorder treatment options in the nation's jails. This will further the county's goal, as articulated by the Board of County Commissioners, to increase the availability of opioid use disorder treatment in the adult detention facility, but also allow us to build bridges to increase access to such treatment, both within the jail setting as well as providing for a continuity of care with community-based MAT treatment providers upon release. In short, it gives us access to world-class subject matter experts as we engage in those planning efforts. But I wanted to particularly recognize the efforts of Rachel O'Connor, who really stepped up to coordinate the overall development of our successful application. She did so without complaint, at least to me, so I really appreciate that. So those are the three folks that we wanted to recognize for their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. That is great news on all fronts, especially I'm particularly fond of the County Sustainability Division getting that award, but also the Social Justice Award for the opioids, since Commissioner Hamilton and I began that initiative when we first became commissioners. And so I'm really happy to see that the county has been recognized for their hard work and efforts. Comment from Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I say more or less the same thing you did. I'm very happy about all of these, and especially happy that we're moving ahead with opioid treatment. It's such a huge problem right now, and in our adult detention center is where we often have first contact with people with substance abuse disorders. And I think, if we can build a system where we can start them on treatment there and move them into the community, we could really change some people's lives for the better. So congratulations to the team that, including Rachel, who got that money awarded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on to item 2, approval of meeting minutes. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, move to approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, minutes for August 29th, 2020. I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second by Commissioner.
Other way.
Okay, A motion by Commissioner Hamilton, second by Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Okay, the meeting minutes are approved. Next, we will go on to item 3, consideration of proclamations, commissioners' resolutions, and/or recognition action item. 3A is a resolution directing staff to engage with expert consultants regarding commercial renewable energy projects in Santa Fe County and post information concerning conditional use permits application for such projects on the county website. Commissioner Hughes and Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a resolution, as you said, regarding commercial renewable energy projects in Santa Fe, and in the packet is the original resolution that we presented last time, as well as an amended resolution that Commissioner Hamilton and I worked on with county staff based on the comments we received, and we received a lot of comments from the community. Almost everybody, I think, was very supportive of the resolution. Some people were just supportive, and other people had particular comments about the resolution. So we did change a couple things in the new version. One thing we did is we made it clear that any experts hired would be independent of the applicant and would give an independent review of whatever it is they're reviewing, such as battery safety, perhaps. The resolution also, let me see now. It also changes around the definition of commercial by putting it a little closer, making it clear commercial means facilities where the energy is going to be sold for profit, basically. And we also added outreach to we're going to create a website as part of this resolution, if we pass it, that would have information about any upcoming renewable energy projects, but will, in addition to informing all the registered community groups, we'll do some public outreach to make people aware of the website, as well as when, perhaps there's a big application coming. So some things we did not include, but I just wanted to make sure we talk about them a little bit. We did not include a moratorium or development of countywide impact in this resolution. I think we all know that we're in a climate emergency, that we have to hurry up and switch to renewables as quickly as possible. I did not think, and I don't think anyone else working on this thought, that we needed a moratorium or a DCI, because that would have slowed down the process of anybody applying to, give us a renewable energy project. We're also assured by staff that the current process is sufficient to make sure these things are safe, because the two things we need lots of renewable energy, and we have to make sure that it's safe and appropriate for where it is. We also, on some smaller areas, we didn't put a megawatt limit in because commercial solar could be a lot of different sizes, and they might require a conditional use permit, so this this resolution applies to any commercial renewable energy project. Several people mentioned their concerns about air and water. We felt like, yes, those are important, but they're included in the resolution under community safety. Same with a buffer zone. Buffer zones might vary depending on the size of the project or the community or the site-specific details. So those would be addressed in specific projects. Some people asked us to include in this resolution separating battery projects from solar panel projects. And while those are two different things, we couldn't think of a way that would be appropriate to separate those. Some projects may have one, some may have the other, but every project would be considered fully, and if they have both, then both parts are going to be considered fully. So it didn't seem to make sense to make people apply twice for one project. And I think those are my main comments. I think the real purpose of this resolution is to, kind of make it clear what the process is for evaluating renewable energy, giving people a chance to comment as they did through emails and their comments at the last meeting on our process for evaluating renewable energy. And I think, part of my purpose too is to assure people that we do take the safety and appropriateness of these projects seriously, while also realizing that we do need these projects. And with that, I will stop talking and let Commissioner Hamilton add anything she wants to.
Commissioner Hamilton. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There isn't very much to add. I very much appreciate your the specificity of the changes we made so that they could all be addressed. I really appreciate the fact that everybody who participated in the process holds the safety of the both communities and of environmental health, as being very, very important, and feel very comfortable that the county does also. And so I just want to add that I really agree with what you said, that we are in very big need of having a way to support renewable energy projects, but that no matter what, we take the potential impacts of those projects and how to mitigate them very seriously. And anybody who's followed in the environmental field or the development of this sort of thing, there isn't a single thing humans do in this regard that isn't a matter of trade-offs. So, there are benefits and negative impacts of oil and gas projects. There are, if we all feel that there is this big need to reduce our use of oil and gas and increase renewable energy, those projects are not somehow magically perfect either, and we have trade-offs. And so I very much appreciated that Commissioner Hughes' thought about helping to address the concerns the community has by laying out what the process is in a resolution, and adding the additional components of assuring that we communicate well and have the website where information is available is beneficial to encouraging the community to be able to participate in and follow along as each project is individually evaluated. And I guess that's the other thing that makes me fairly comfortable, is that these are evaluated on a site-specific basis. So the regulations are blanket regulations, but they provide for evaluating everything specific to that site. And so, the commission will, and I'm sure the Planning Commission, but definitely the BCC will take that very seriously and consider what the trade-offs are and whether there's an acceptable balance. So, but I do want to thank everybody for participating so actively in this process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I appreciate the effort that Commissioner Hughes and Hamilton have put into this, and the interest and, frankly, the effort in making sure that it is as transparent of a process. And I think it looks very good. The question that I'm wondering, because I appreciate the independent suggests that there would be no commercial interest on the part, but I wonder if we want to say something very explicit that says independent with no commercial interest in the project being evaluated, or a like project. In everything just really discloses that this is what the process would look like, this is what would be done, so it's really, top-notch in the effort to be transparent in that process. And the one thing that just sort of steps out is a qualified technical expert with no commercial interest in that particular project, or with no commercial interest, get this one approved and then I've got a job down the road because I just set a standard for how these will get approved. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way to ensure that we meet that requirement that we tend to want to make sure is foolproof in someone not participating in a process because they have something financial to gain as a part of it.
Commissioner Hamilton?
I mean, I personally think that's what independent means.
Madam Chair, I think it clearly insinuates that, so I just wondered.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, so we did actually spend a fair amount of time talking about this and came up with the wording that says independent and qualified experts to independently evaluate. I'm not sure how to add anything else to that, because I think, like if you say they have no financial gain, well, aren't we going to pay them to give us their opinion? So they do get some financial gain, but I see what you mean. We don't want people acting as experts who somewhere down the road are going to get paid off in a different way that would make them less independent. But I don't know if there's wording that captures that any better than what we've already done.
Madam Chair, if I may ask if our attorney has a perspective on the term independent. I mean, I'm comfortable with it if that is something that people go with. I just foresee something down the road where if someone were to say, you know, yeah, but look, they own this company, and of course they were going to benefit from doing that in our backyard. I mean, for those who are going to look for every punch hole, but I'm not trying to belabor it. It's just a matter of that's an acceptable term and saying that I'm independent of it if it's not something that I'm directly going to have some financial, and I don't mean financial gain in that I'm being paid for the work, except that I'll benefit from my company or whatever down the road, that's all.
One other thing that I want to throw out is that, you know, this is also going to be vetted, I mean, by staff and by land use, and it's going to go through a number of processes before these people actually get hired. So, but I'll go to Attorney Young.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante. I would agree with Commissioner Hughes' statement. The intent is for that the expert be independent of any commercial interest. You know, if you start talking about financial gain, for example, there will be that piece of it that the county is paying for that, and but you know, certainly as the county perspective goes, we would want someone who's independent of the vendor, has not, you know, consulted on this particular project, of course, you know, and is clean from an ethical and expert perspective. So I would agree with that.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to this point, to everybody's concern about this, I too think that there should be something in there, whether it's in the resolution or whether it's in our contracts that we put together for this. It could be some caveat that said that any consultant that comes into this cannot be part of a proposed product or consultant to a product for a period of 1 year, sort of like a dark period for lobbying and so on, that they could continue to be our specialist and our expert, but that they could not be on the other side of that equation. And there could be, you know, there's dark periods for lobbyists when they come out of consulting and come off the dais or legislative elected positions. Or even if you leave the city, I think you're not allowed to lobby the city for a period of a year. So.
Madam Chair, that answers my question. It would be something that could potentially be handled in the contractual part that just says there won't be a conflict of interest, which is the only thing. So the resolution is fine.
Or we could ask is that something that we need to be specific to at this point, or is that something that when we're writing the
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, you know, I'm not sure that, I mean, we could take that under advisement in terms of a contract, but I think we would evaluate this, each use of the expert, to determine whether they are, you know, clear from that project on an individual basis. But you know, putting in there someone's prohibition to contract later, you know, that seems pretty restrictive to me. But I'd certainly take a look at it.
Was that your, Madam Chair?
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton.
So there's always this question about whether somebody you're paying for an opinion is going to provide a valid, technically sound opinion despite the fact that they're being paid for it. And so the entire consulting world, from people, you know, you're paying doctors for your opinion, for their opinions about you're paying lawyers when if somebody goes to a lawyer for opinions about things that they're supposed to know more about and give you advice. What guarantees that they're going to give valid advice? I mean, it would, you know, that I think there were more questions about, we put in the resolution that the people, they have to be qualified experts. Okay, that's a mouthful. What qualifies them to, and assures that they're going to know what you need to know to define the kinds of impacts you're going to see and the mitigations that could be done, and, you know, are you up on all the state of the art and as battery technology improves, and, you know, leak containment if the, you know, you qualify people based on, I mean, there are sort of industry standard processes and things still happen, but by and large, the process works to cull down to have, you know, to find, you know, qualified people and whatnot. And you know, if we're only, frankly, none of this terminology fully addresses, because you guys are talking about people the county would hire as art experts. The issue actually came up because part of the regulation is that you can require, and this is done in NEPA as well, National Environmental Policy Act, you can require the applicant to pay an expert to define the project and look at impacts and whatnot. And, you know, there's the implication that they'll have to be independent also, but that's what actually gives people the heartburn in this case. How do we know that what they're getting, I mean, that they're the industry, so it's like the regulated industry having an expert saying this is what's good and this is what's not. That's frankly addressed by the fact that the county can do the same thing, get experts to review what the submissions are. So, you know, it's already a backup. I mean, there's already a process there for evaluating. So when people were, I mean, initially people were worried about independence because it was the regulated industry that was going to be hiring to give information, and how would we know that that's valid information? That's where the concern about the conflict of interest was. And we know because then we'll hire independent people, which literally was put in to say not associated with that project, who will, you know, as a third party evaluate the data that were produced and the result and the interpretations. So it just, that's why it works for me. I mean, I wasn't trying to blow off anybody's comment, but, you know, that's the background.
Okay, what's the
Just a
pleasure of the board?
resolution.
Commissioner Hughes?
It seems like we're at a place where we could move for approval of the ordinance as revised and presented this time.
Resolution.
Resolution. Sorry, not ordinance, resolution.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Okay, the motion passes. Yay?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, completely at the discretion of the board and the chair, but we did have Growth Management Department, specifically Jose Larinaga, is prepared to just provide a brief overview of what the conditional use permit process is, for the benefit of the public, really, if you would like to use this as a space and time to do that. As directed by the resolution, we will be, laying out that process in easy to understand terms on the website. But again, Jose is here to provide that brief overview if you would like. But again, that's at the discretion of the chair and the board.
Yes, please, welcome, Jose. And Lazaida.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So what's being passed out is just the sections of the code which are describe a conditional use permit, which CUP. It is a discretionary review. It would require pre-application TAC meeting, pre-application neighborhood meeting. Depending on the CUP, it would require studies, reports, and assessments, and outside agency and internal agency review. And it would go to the Hearing Officer Planning Commission. The purpose and findings, this section provides for certain uses that, because of unique characteristics or potential impacts on adjacent land uses, are not permitted in zoning districts as a matter of right, but which may, under appropriate standards and factors set forth herein, be approved. These uses will be permitted through the issuance of a conditional use permit. So staff has taken quite a few conditional use permits to the Hearing Officer Planning Commission. They vary on how big of a project it is, or if it's a small project. And so again, this pass out was the approval criteria. This is something that the applicant or agent has to address and meet this criteria. And then it has the criteria that the Planning Commission would have to look at to see if it meets the CUP criteria. And I mean, basically this explains it. I'll stand for any questions if you have any on the process or the criteria of the CUP.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jose. I appreciate giving us a little refresher course about the conditional use permit, and just giving us an update over time about these land entitlement procedures that we are the final say of. And so knowing how this process works is part of our job. And some of us are newer here, some of us have served on land use boards in the past, some of us haven't. And it's great to get a refresher course for me especially, so thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments? Having gone through a huge hearing on the truck stop that was proposed, I think Commissioner Hamilton and I have had experience in that realm. But I will, Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. Yeah, just to clarify, where it says be detrimental to health, safety, and general welfare of the area, I assume that sort of includes any concerns about groundwater pollution or air pollution that might come. And obviously a truck stop would have created a lot of both of those probably, but is that an area where we would normally hire expert opinion to evaluate air and water pollution from a potential development?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, and this would probably fall under the environmental impact report. So that type of report can go out to a third-party review to review it and make comments on it.
Okay, so any of those things would be covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Jose, for being here. Thank you for giving this cheat sheet to us. That's very appreciative and a good way to have something at your hands when things are available. Yes?
I just wanted to... Sorry. Could we have this in electronic form? Because I'm sure some other people would like to see this.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, of course, I'll forward it to you.
Thank you.
If I may, as a recommendation to that, if this could be posted on our website as this document as something that is a conditional use permit cheat sheet, as it may be, something easy to find.
I think it could probably go under land use somewhere. I mean, it's already in the land use code.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. And specifically, this is going to be part of the website that staff has just been directed to create, is that we'll, again, provide an easy to understand document for the public relative to the conditional use process. So it'll be front and center in the specific context of commercial renewable energy projects.
Okay, that's great, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We had a vote. I just need a resolution number.
Of course, Madam Chair. This item 3A is resolution number 2023-093.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll go on to item 3B, request approval of a letter from the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners to the New Mexico Environment Improvement Board, EIB, and the Albuquerque Bernalillo Air Quality Control Board, AQCB, in support of the new motor vehicle emission standards. Myself and Commissioner Hughes are presenting this. I'll go to Commissioner Hughes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and this is simply a letter of support for the governor and her administration's initiative to support a rule they're calling advanced clean cars and advanced clean trucks. And basically it would set requirements that mirror California's requirements that dealerships carry zero and low emission vehicles at a certain rate that increases over the years. So that those cars and trucks are available for New Mexicans to purchase.
I think I want to thank Commissioner Hughes for his detailed work on this, and also over the years being on the commission, I have testified many times in front of this the EIB board on the clean car. The advanced clean cars, number one, and so I'm happy to see that it's been moving forward. I want to thank Secretary Kinney for all of his good work in the state of New Mexico and working to protect us and cleaner air for New Mexicans. So any comments? Yes, Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Chair Hansen, for this letter. This is a little overdue for New Mexico. We should have been at the level of California, probably at least let them be the at the forefront like they always are, but we should have been right behind them instead of probably about a decade behind them. So let's catch up. This is a good first step. I hope that they include some incentives similar to the way that California incentivizes purchase of vehicles, electric vehicles, and other equipment in a state that has such a surplus. That seems like a nice infrastructure kicker that we could be doing for our community. But the letter looks great, and let's support getting this in the right direction. Thank you.
Comments? Anybody else? Commissioner Bustamante?
No, I'm absolutely grateful for this, and I hear you when you say that this is good for New Mexico residents, Santa Fe County residents, but it's just a planetary need. So thank you for your action on this, sincerely.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the letter.
I'll second it. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Hansen. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the letter is approved. So next we have a proclamation presented by myself. I want to recognize Commissioner Moreno, who in 2017, we first brought forward the resolution on Indigenous Peoples Day, and I miss him, and I'm sorry that he left us so early. But besides that, what is also special, we have two of our Indigenous Native people who work at Santa Fe County who are going to read the proclamation for us. My constituent liaison, Laura Jangles, and don't have written down your name, and I know you're in finance, and I apologize.
My name's Amanda Patterson Sanchez.
Amanda Patterson Sanchez, thank you both for being here. I know that you are, Laura is from the Tesuque Pueblo, and you are Hopi and
Hopi, Navajo, Caddo, and Choctaw.
Okay, so we're covered in a lot of areas. I appreciate both of you taking the time to come here and read this proclamation. I think it is really important that our indigenous population be recognized, and that it shouldn't just be one day, but it should be every day, every year. So thank you. With that, I will turn it over to you to read the proclamation. Laura.
Sengitei gutawaha baekibo na kawaretawa gino kawe tesuge awinge iweri omu shoshone wa omu kweku wa owomo. My name is Laura Jagels. I am from Tesuque Pueblo. I'm also Shoshone and identify as Chicana. And I'm going to allow Amanda to introduce herself and her tribes, and then we'll read the proclamation.
Hi, my name is Amanda Patterson Sanchez. I am the procurement planner analysis here with Santa Fe County. Like I mentioned before, I am from the Hopi, Navajo tribes in Arizona and the Caddo and Choctaw from Oklahoma.
Madam Chair, I present a proclamation proclaiming Monday, October 9th as Indigenous Peoples' Day. Whereas Indigenous Peoples' Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, and whereas in September of 2017, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County adopted a proclamation declaring the second Monday in October of each year as Indigenous Peoples' Day in Santa Fe County, and
whereas the county has within its boundaries 8 sovereign Pueblo nations, the San Felipe, Santo Domingo, Cochiti, Tezuque, Huaque, Nambe, San Ildefonso, and Santa Clara Pueblos. And whereas the county also acknowledges that Indigenous people from additional sovereign tribal nations reside within the county's boundaries. And
whereas we acknowledge our existence as neighbors within the Greater Tewa Basin and honor generational relationships and continue to build a shared culture of love and respect with Pueblo relatives, and whereas the county recognizes that the primary languages of the Pueblos within its boundaries include Keres and Tewa, which continue to be spoken and taught, and
whereas the county treasures the many contributions made to our community through Indigenous peoples, agricultural skills, technology, science, philosophy, art, and deep cultural contributions that considerably shaped the character of Santa Fe County. And whereas we acknowledge the indigenous roots we have in the county and in New Mexico, and the cultural and familiar ties that connect us all. And
whereas Indigenous Peoples' Day offers our community an opportunity to reflect on the ongoing struggles of Indigenous people of this land and to celebrate the resiliency to maintain their thriving cultures and values that Indigenous people add to the county and country. And whereas, despite historical efforts to erase Indigenous cultures and ways of life through the means of assimilation, termination, relocation, and/or sterilization, Indigenous people prosper. And
whereas the county and tribal councils continue to partner on various intergovernmental matters, including transportation networks, beneficial use of natural resources such as water, law enforcement, fire safety, and open space management. And whereas the county has collaborated with tribal councils to protect the Caja del Rio Galestillo Basin and the La Cienega. And
whereas the county continues to partner with tribal nations regarding cleanup efforts of legacy waste at the Los Alamos National Labs and providing a temporary waste solution with the Tisuki Transfer Station. And whereas the county and neighboring tribes finalized the Amit Water Rights Settlement, which eventually produced the Nambe, Tisuki, Powaki, San Ildefonso Road Settlement Agreements and the building of the Powaki Basin Regional Water System. And
whereas this designated day was once a day of celebrating an explorer, the county now honors the indigenous people and closes all administrative offices in observance. And whereas the county encourages residents, businesses, organizations, and public institutes to celebrate and honor Indigenous Peoples Day.
now, therefore, be it resolved that you, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim Monday, October 9th as Indigenous Peoples Day.
Thank you, Laura and Amanda, very much for reading that. That was great. I want to say that, in Santa Fe, there will be a powwow on the Santa Fe Plaza, and then there will be also celebration and feast at the Santa Fe Indian School, and possibly, I believe there will be something happening at IAIA also on Indigenous Peoples Day. So there's many ways for all of us to respect and participate in this important part of our county, and that we have the honor of being here and living on this Tewa land. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to approve this proclamation of proclaiming Monday, October 9th as Indigenous Peoples Day.
Second.
I think, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. Under discussion, Commissioner Hughes.
Well, just quickly, it was lovely to hear the proclamation read, and just as I was listening, it reminded me how lucky and blessed we are to live in an area where we have such a thriving indigenous population. It benefits all of us, the culture that's shared here, and so thank you.
Anyone else?
Just a quick thank you.
I want to thank Commissioner Hamilton for working on the Amit Water Settlement lawsuit. That was a big undertaking that we took on early on in our administration, and it was a heavy lift. And but I feel and believe that it has turned out for the benefit of everyone. And you don't always get those kind of situations. So with that, we have a motion and a second, and we've had under discussion. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Yvonne and Catherine, can we please pass around the proclamation to have it signed? Thank you. And we will also post that on our website and share with everyone in Santa Fe County. Okay, next we'll go on to item number 4, consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that anyone on the board would like to have taken off? Okay, hearing none, I want to recognize, though, before we do approve the consent agenda, there are a number of grants that we have received from DFA, and I want to thank them for the DFA for their hard work, and I want to thank Yvonne for her hard work in getting these ready and approved for us. So thank you very much. Yvonne, for everything that you have done there. And so with that, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition here. Okay, the motion has been approved. I have a number of resolution numbers from that I can get from Catherine and Madam Clerk and Yvonne, Deputy Clerk.
Indeed, we have quite a few numbers. Item 4A is resolution number 2023-094. 4B is resolution number 2023-095. 4C is resolution number 2023-096. Resolution 4F is resolution number 2023-097. 4G is resolution number 2023-098. And last but not least, 4H is resolution number 2023-099.
Okay, thank you. The next we'll go on to 5 appointments and reappointments. There are none. Then we will go on to 6 miscellaneous action items. A, request approval of amendment number 5 to agreement 2020-0001-CMO KE between Santa Fe County and Griffin Associates Marketing doing business as Sunny 505, increase the compensation additional $1,199,524 for a total contract sum of $3,229,995.50, inclusive of New Mexico GRT, and extend the term for additional year, and delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign a purchase agreement. Purchasing Division, Bill Taylor, and Community Development, Lisa Quintana. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Katanik, Santa Fe County Community Development Marketing Coordinator. And with me this afternoon, I have Mr. Dave Hayduck to my right, representing Sunny 505, and of course, Yvonne Herrera, who is our Finance Director.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we're here today to request the Board's approval of Amendment Number 5 to the Sunny 505 contract, which will increase the compensation by $1,199,524 for a total contract sum of $3,229,995.50, inclusive of GRT. The contract will also be extended from through October of 2024. The amount of the compensation accounts for service. Sorry, I already read that. The contract will continue providing services in advertising, which will include increased marketing efforts from seasonal to doing a year-round marketing effort to bring in more, to saturate existing markets, as well as pursuing new and emerging markets in alignment with the New Mexico Tourism Department's New Mexico True campaign, as well as unfortunately having to keep up with inflation. And with that, Madam Chair, we stand for any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Hughes, and myself, and we'll go from there.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Dave. You know, I'm generally in support of things like this. We need to market ourselves to new and emergent areas. I think I would probably ask, are we doing any analysis on the effectiveness of these things, the recall of this? and what is the spectrum of channels that we're using? Is it print media? Is it TV, radio, social media, and online? And then as well, the effectiveness of this. Are we measuring this to know what's working and to know what our feeder markets are? And then the third question would be, how are we being dynamic to changing times? Like during COVID, everybody was driving, and so hitting drive markets at a time when nobody was flying, but now people are flying further, and we seem to have more and more tourists from new places that I was like, didn't know that people traveled from. I mean, obviously they do, but it's like just meeting more and more people that are not just from Texas, right? You know, it's like we're getting people from all over. So metrics, channels, and new and emergent markets.
Thank you so much, Commissioners and Commissioner Green, for your question. Just taking a couple of notes in regard to the three-part question. In regard to our marking efforts, and I will have Dave Haydock assist me with part of this question, we are working within our print publications, digital marketing, as well as social media and our website, including our Santa Fe County travel guide. The percentage of print and digital. During COVID, we noticed quite a peak in our digital marketing efforts. So I would say that at this point, we're probably about 90 to 91% digital marketing versus print. The remaining being print, for the fact that visitors still like to have print publications, mostly focused on what we call niche publications or niche travel publications like Travel and Leisure, Sunset Magazine, Condé Nast Traveler. They prefer to have an actual hard copy publication for that. In regard to our target markets, we still continue as a follow with our New Mexico partnership with the New Mexico Tourism Department on our target markets being drive markets as well as fly markets. Our drive markets are Colorado, California, Texas, and of course, New Mexico. And so in California, we have started moving from Los Angeles County more toward the northern part of California, San Francisco Bay Area, as well as Southern California, San Diego, and such. We still do target not just in the drive market, but the fly market as well, based on specific events or calendar events that are occurring within the county, because we do know that there is interest nationally for some of our festivals and events, such as the Santa Fe Opera. If it's the Santa Fe Opera, we target, say, Dallas, but we also go to Chicago, New York, East Coast areas, as well as California, based on subject matter. And in regard to our matrix and how we analyze our results, our digital marketing efforts really do provide us with quite a lengthy report of our data analytics. We can change our messaging almost immediately based on impressions, views, where people are visiting from on the website. We can see their psychographics based on their interests, where they're going to the website, what their interests are. We have a heat map on our website that identifies most targeted areas or most visited areas. Where are they interested in? They're interested in the outdoor adventure. They're interested in our events and our festivals. So our events calendar is a hot button. They're interested in lodging. So they are going to our itineraries, which are listed on the website. There's about 9 of them right now that provide for day trip itineraries. So they very much want to come to Santa Fe County and get a full spectrum of activities that they can enjoy. Dave?
Thank you, Lisa. Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, and our other honorable commissioners, thank you. You know, and Lisa just did a pretty good job of summing everything up. The beauty of New Mexico True right now is we let the Department of Tourism kind of do the heavy lifting. They're out there spending the millions to get people, to get that light bulb to go off and go, yeah, I want to book a trip to New Mexico, because they believe in what we believe in, that is adventure steeped in culture. So when that light bulb goes off, we're able to come up right behind what the department's done and serve them up messages so that they then, while they're thinking about and looking and searching online, that we're able to serve up messages to them about Santa Fe County, so that we're able to, in their thought process as they go, light went on, where am I going to go, and get them to book a trip. And so that's the beauty of what we're working with, and we're using the department's heavy money, or big money, to do all the heavy lifting, but then to use ours to smartly get a chance to get them to book a trip here to Santa Fe County. And that's the beauty of the program. And yes, we use all the tools available. As Lisa said, digital is a big, big part of it, because we all live by our phones. And when we see something that interests us, like, I'd like to go hiking. As a matter of fact, this morning I was over at the La Fonda, and a guy wanted to know where to go hiking, you know, and he's looking on his phone, goes to the Google, and where to go hiking. They're able to serve up messages for him to where to go. In my case, I was able to stand right there and kind of give him a couple of the tips of where to go and some neat little places. So it's a marketing program that has many facets. As Lisa also said, we have a newsletter that goes out to many people that are now fans of Santa Fe County, and we can serve them up current and topical things that are going on. So there's a lot of tools in the toolbox. There's a lot of great assets that we have video-wise and graphically that are able then to serve up those images so that we get people to book that trip.
And I think to piggyback off of Mr. Haydock's comments regarding New Mexico True, New Mexico True brand has been a very successful program through the New Mexico Tourism Department. And since its inception, since Santa Fe County has been a New Mexico True partner since 2015, we have seen nothing but skyrocketing results. Being a True partner has provided us with the investment dollars that we wouldn't otherwise have. They have provided with us with co-op marketing dollars that help support many of our activities and marketing efforts, as well as resources. So the tourism department has definitely been a True partner in this cooperative marketing program. Also, through their investment through the New Mexico legislature, they have provided significant funds for the department to be able to go into these new and emerging markets. There are plenty of markets out there. It's just being able to identify what is the new and emerging, and being able to find that support as a collaborative with the partnership to be able to go into more expensive markets. So the department is the department that leads in assisting us with what markets are new and emerging. We did do some focus in Austin that has been very beneficial in the Austin market in Texas. And so also the new emerging markets of Northern California have also provided to be very beneficial for Santa Fe County as well.
Thank you. 2 follow-ups to that. Are the tools that you're using, do they have conversion rates? I know you can, click on something, but do you have a way to track whether they actually come here, make a reservation, spend money here? I use digital tools on Google that actually can tell me when somebody went to my website, and also when they make a purchase. And so it tracks a level of that. Are you working with any partners to see if those, like, lack of a better term, cookies, are embedded in any of our hotels or some partner stores or their websites for e-commerce conversions?
Commissioners, Commissioner Green, thank you so much for your question in regard to conversion rates. So in regard to our digital marketing efforts do allow for us to create a landing page on our website with tags. And so the best way to go about it is when a visitor comes into our website, we are able to follow them, so to speak, and see based on that visit, your particular visit, where you are clicking and where you are visiting on the website. We have been able to identify that visitors are going to the lodging properties information and are able to view that information. We ourselves are not, shall I say, an in-house processing of reservations for the lodging properties, but we are the information, we are the information resource for where the visitors can identify the resources for lodging. So in that regard, through our digital efforts, we are able to show and indicate to our lodging properties that visitors are visiting and where they are visiting and where they are going from our landing page to the lodging properties page and then making the reservation.
Thank you. Just as one last little, there are these cookies, for lack of a better term, there are pixels on Facebook and so on that you can make a cross-marketing agreement with, say, Bishop's Lodge or Four Seasons or one of these county lodging properties and ask if they would embed those little snippets of code into their website so that when somebody does go there, that we know that and that we would then be feeding, reinforcing advertising and stuff. If somebody's interested, you sort of have to hit them 3, 4, 5 times to make them have that happen. And so we have that ability to reinforce what Bishop's Lodge might not be able to do on their own, or Santa Fe County might not be able to do on our own. And so it's that network effect that we have an opportunity to work with there. So anyway, I'll stop, but that's a higher level of technology and but very useful to
Yes.
reinforce the message.
Commissioners, Commissioner Green, we work very closely in partnership with our lodging properties in regard to, say, any specials or any special advertising we do via digital, how we embed the tags, how we tag them in order to be able to assist with some of those cross-marking efforts, as well as things out of the box in regard to our social media efforts through a new campaign. Through a new co-op marketing campaign through the tourism department, we were funded for our social media campaign so that we could have social influencers that will assist us with the messaging. And so I've been reaching out with Sunny 505 to communicate with Four Seasons, Resort Rancho Encantado, with Bishop's Lodge, with Ojo Santa Fe, and others in that regard. And so many of our lodging properties do work with us very closely in order to make sure that we do have a robust marketing plan. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I just have a hopefully much simpler question. If you could just help me with the context. I'm fine with this request, but remind me how much we take in or have taken in this year or the most recent year in lodger's tax, and then what % we spend on various things. I know advertising is probably the biggest, but there are some others.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, and Commissioner Hughes, thank you so much for your question. I am happy to report that through the fiscal year 23, we saw a collection of over $1,565,135. That's about a 17.5 increase from the previous fiscal year. Yeah, Ms. Arado might.
Would you repeat that number?
Okay. The collection for fiscal year 23 was $1,565,135. $565,135, and that's about over a 17.5% increase over the previous fiscal year. And Ms. Herrera, our finance director, if you'd like to provide comment on that.
Chair Hamilton, I'm sorry. Whew, I need the audit to be done right now. Chair Hanson, Commissioner Hughes, can you repeat your question?
Oh, I was just wondering what else, I mean, I see we spend about 2/3 on advertising then. Sounds like, what do we spend the rest on?
The rest on is actually accumulated right now in our maintenance fund for county properties, for open space, for fair. We are in the process of, we did allocate some funding during fiscal year 23 to do some improvements at the fairgrounds. I don't think we allocated any, I don't think we've yet allocated any additional funding in 24 yet, but the thought process was to look at open space projects. We also made a transition in 24 to include Lisa's salary in the advertising fund. So the lodger's tax proceeds get split between advertising and property maintenance. In addition to that, we're looking to include some operating costs that relate to what Lisa and I'll say group, but it's just you, Lisa, what Lisa does and what Dave does in terms of advertising. So we're trying to use those resources for costs related to this program. But currently, we've got, I'm not sure how much the exact dollar is as far as the maintenance fund, but right now it's accumulating until we decide where we want to allocate those resources to help with our tourism.
And is it this fund that I know at one point we approved some small grants to tourist attractions. Does that also come out of this?
So, County Commissioners, Commissioner Hughes, that is absolutely correct. So a portion of the lodger's tax collection does go towards lodger's tax grant program, which assists those organizations, nonprofit organizations or government entities that provide or put on events and festivals or have tourist attractions to apply for marking dollars so that they can supplement their marking, advertising, and promotional efforts of their festivals and events. And so I believe it was last year that 16 organizations benefited from that program. We will be doing another notice of funding availability soon this fall, and we will have a little bit more funding that we can provide for grants, and then there will also be another kind of grant program set aside for support of tourism industry organizations that would benefit as well. So, so there will be two types of grant programs that will be launched.
Okay, well, thank you for putting that all in context for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
So I'm gonna talk for a few minutes here before I call on someone else. So what I'm hearing is that we bring in $1,565,000, and we're paying out $1,199,000. Am I missing something here? That's what we're paying Sunny 505?
Madam Chair, I would need to provide the board with additional information as far as the available funds, but right now both funds have accumulated resources over the past couple of years because of how high our revenue has come in unexpectedly, and the outgoing expenditures didn't increase with that increase increase in revenue. So we've got quite a bit accumulated that we need to spend down. We've got, per statute, we have to have everything spent within 2 years. So by the third year, everything from that first year should be spent.
Okay.
And so that's what we've been working on to make sure that we spend the older resources first. And so while this contract amendment is significant, this fund can absorb those or pay for this contract.
Okay, so I'm going to go on to another topic. So I appreciate the ads in the Land Water People time, but I find them lacking in interest. Like you're saying that people are interested in outdoor activities, events, and festivals, and neither one of these two pictures says that to me. They also do not have the Santa Fe County logo on there, which you know that I have repeatedly asked every single division in Santa Fe County to use our logo. And so unless New Mexico True says we can't use our logo, which could be the case, which I find kind of offensive, I know when this ad came out last year, I said the same thing to you. I was not happy with this ad. I didn't feel like it expressed the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, that Santa Fe County represents. We have beautiful landscape here, and I mean, I agree that have people in the landscape is a good thing, but there's such beautiful places in New Mexico that why are we advertising for one particular company? Is what I am wondering. And the same with the book. If this is supposed to be events, outdoor festivals are the most sought after, neither one of these two pictures says that to me. So, Lisa knows that I had a little bit of heartburn when I did first see this. I've grown inside to appreciate more of the things, but I'm not sure where the festivals are in this county tourism book, which is something that people want to see here. So I just think that I am being critical, and I feel like that's my job, is because I care about Santa Fe County and I care about our image and who we are and what is put out in the world about us is really important to me. And these images just don't quite do it for me. I mean, New Mexico, Santa Fe County is so much more beautiful than this. And I'd like to see better results. And I agree with Commissioner Green on getting to know the data. We all like data up here, every single one of us. We want to know what people are doing, but I also want to see something dynamic. I want this to be a rock star. This is not a rock star. This is just a nice little simple travel guide that, okay, gets thrown on the side. I want it to be something that people pick up and say, oh my God, look at this, I can hardly wait to go to this place. Or even the cover is so dynamic and expressive that they can't put it down. And I'm not seeing that. So I'm being critical because I feel like that's my job, and I want our logo on every possible thing that it can be on. And having it on the front page in this little spot is not enough for me. And the fact that Santa Fe County paid for 2 ads, and this, it says Santa Fe, New Mexico True. It doesn't even indicate that it's Santa Fe County. So I just have to express that because it concerns me.
I'll take it.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Hanson, for your comments. First, I'll tackle the Santa Fe County logo, which was something that was also brought up at the last meeting, I believe in June, when we presented. So the Santa Fe County, shall I say, the Santa Fe NM True logo lockup is somewhat of a partnership and commitment with the New Mexico Tourism Department. There's rules, a guidebook, criteria of how an ad is put together. And I think I'm going to have Dave assist me with this question because we did go to the tourism department and we did ask them. This has been somewhat of a request by other entities in regard to advertising and how they incorporate other logos. And so they informed me that unfortunately, because of the campaign and how we are a partner, that we were not able to incorporate our county government logo into the advertisement of Santa Fe NM True. That was basically, we can try to modify, is what they said, we could try to modify how we do things. However, we straight can't utilize the logo as it currently exists in the Santa Fe County government logo lockup. I did have much discussion with the department on that. Dave?
Madam Chair, I appreciate your desire and your commitment to this, and your questions are well taken. Let me add, what you're looking at there is just a couple pieces in the total marketing program. And I think what was missed in your comments is the other reason people come to New Mexico is the culture, adventure steeped in culture. And so those ads are all about the culture of northern New Mexico and Santa Fe County. And in the publication Land, Water, People, Time, that's about people. It's about the culture. So it's not about the outdoors and the beautiful vistas. So we wanted to present a message in that publication that spoke to the people that look at it. So we look at every publication and ask ourselves, who are the readers? What's the content? What are we going to serve up that resonates with them so that they can get, when they see that ad, what a beautiful piece of culture of Chimayo, of New Mexico. And so those ads are all about that. So it's not only about the outdoor adventure and the beautiful vistas and the hiking and the biking, but it's also about our culture that we have in Santa Fe County. And that's where those ads directly speak to those that are looking at those publications. And yes, as Lisa indicated, the Department of Tourism does have strict guidelines about what we must follow if we're using the New Mexico True lockup. And we have requested to them to add the logo to the ads, which has been denied because of their guidelines. And I only will speak to that a little bit. And I know you want the county logo and everything, but put your mind in put yourself in the mind of the traveler. I'm not so sure the traveler necessarily is looking at the logo of Santa Fe County, but we're trying to communicate to them at an emotional level so that when they see that, they go, yes, I want to go to Santa Fe County to see that. So sometimes clients get caught up in, I want my logo in there, but that's a whole other different piece of it. What we're trying to do is appeal to the people through the ad about booking a trip to Santa Fe County. And so it's not always so much about what logo's at the bottom, but how do I get the information to book that trip?
And to piggyback off of Dave Hayduck's comments regarding the photos that are utilized. So we have various images in our toolbox. We're constantly taking photography, video shoots, photo shoots in order to obtain imagery that represents the county. In this particular case with the Land, Water, People, Time, talking about traditions and an arts and cultural aspect of weaving in the traditional village of Chimayo, I find is a good representation. we leverage our budget 2, 3, 4 times when we partner with New Mexico True. Some of the images of Chimayo that we utilized are through partnership of the New Mexico Tourism Department through the Co-op Marketing Program and their funding. And so every ad that we submit, whether it be via print or digital, has to be overseen and approved by the Tourism Department for approval. If they don't feel it's worthy, they will not print it. They will not allow us to use it. There's been 1 or 2 times where they did not like an image or the text, or just they didn't like it and they will not use it. So they do not allow us to use it. But every element of our ads is approved by the department, by higher ups that say this is worthy of a New Mexico True ad, and this is what we want represented in New Mexico. In regard to the festivals and events for the travel guide, there is a large section within the travel guide. Unfortunately, I did not bring the guide with me this afternoon, but it indicates world-class events and festivals. It highlights events such as the Santa Fe Opera, the Santa Fe Century Biking Race, the Burning of Zozobra, the Dia de los Muertos Festival, Golondrinas events like the Renaissance Fair that just happened, which, mind you, was sold out the whole entire weekend, most recently. So we do indicate the festivals and events. They are highlighted in throughout that guide in that one section as world-class events. And so they are listed, and there are write-ups about it in the travel guide.
And I might add here, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I took this morning to visit our visitor centers here on the plaza and in the area with the intent of trying to find out their input, because they're the boots on the ground. They're the ones that are talking to travelers every day. So I went and talked to Paula in the visitor center right over here, and I just asked her, I said, tell me about what you see people are looking for. Tell me what you see about our guide right here. What are you seeing from those that are coming in? She goes, Dave, every time somebody comes in here, I'm giving them the Santa Fe County guide over any other guide that they come in for, because it's so well put together, it's so informative, it's so visually appealing, because you can look at some of these guides and get lost. I mean, I know you've looked at it. You could look at well, you can look at the a number of guides, and you can see that. But Paul has indicated, he said, your guide that you do for Santa Fe County, spot on. And I went over and talked to Dominica at the other one. She said the exact same thing. We recommend the Santa Fe County guide to everybody that comes in here because of the information it provides people that want to get out and about other than what's on the plaza. And I go, bingo, we've accomplished our goal. So I wanted to share that with you, because I know sometimes all of us are so busy about what we're doing, and I know you guys have big schedules and things going on, but we keep a pulse out there going on of what's happening and feedback. So, because I was asking, is there something I can do to tweak to make this guide better that you're hearing from people look at it? She goes, not a thing. This is the perfect guide, the perfect layout for those that are coming in that want to see and do things is the critical thing in Santa Fe. So I thought I'd share that with you.
And another comment about the travel guide is we have not taken $1 of marketing dollars to collect for advertising for, say, sponsorships or specific ads in our travel guide. Since the inception of the travel guide, it has strictly been Santa Fe County funded out of lodger's tax. Of course, you know, during COVID, and especially now, that printing costs just have not decreased. They've only increased, as well as paper products. So we continue through our efforts to print the publication. We also have it on our website as a PDF, downloadable document. And we also provide it, once again, via our distribution points, via certified folder. And so within certified folder, they also report to us every couple of weeks as to our markets and where things might be short. And we are constantly getting calls asking for more guides.
You know, I might add quickly.
I think the inside of the guide is beautiful. I like the inside of the guide much better than I like the cover. Okay, because the cover does not communicate Santa Fe County to me, just like these two ads do not also. I get where you're going, I get what you're saying about culture and the Chimayo, but we're talking to New Mexicans in this particular magazine. And I think the festivals that we have here, and there are pictures of children at dance performances. There are many expressive, beautiful, colorful images that I think could be used in the covers of these magazines that communicate the rich, deep culture that New Mexico has. Yeah, and so I hope that you will take that into consideration. I'm going to go to Commissioner Green for a minute, and then I'm going to go over to Commissioner Bustamante.
Just as a follow-up, something like a style sheet, right? That everything that goes out with our name on it should be like, just like Santa Fe, the state of New Mexico has their guidelines. Well, guess what? You want us to participate. Tell us how we can participate with our logo. If they don't like the red, yellow, and green, how can we do it in a monotone that starts to brand that and reinforce those style sheets, those styles and those messages. Same thing for the pictures. Beautiful picture. Again, to what Commissioner Hanson is saying, doesn't tell me what the message is. Is it a shopping incentive to shop locally here and like 500 stores from Chimayo to Edgewood, right? Like give some sort of added message to the person other than, wow, cute young couple here, which doesn't really exist very often in Santa Fe at the stores. Just to reiterate a little bit of that. Also, if we can also find a way to, by the next year, really bring those next generation of digital tools so that we are using cookies and tracking and that we can co-market with hotels and start to see that when somebody comes to our website and clicks through, that we allow the hotels to have a cookie on our website so that they can actually start to reinforce that. And the same thing when they go to the hotel, that we will reinforce with, here's a festival picture that's coming up, so that we really start to use more than just a print. You know, when somebody's on the plaza and picks up this guide, it's great, but they're already here, right? It's the tourism dollars spent. It's nice to do that, but we want to follow them, and we want to and use that to track them in their future visits. There's lots of dynamic tools that are out there that I know, between branding, style guides, and digital tools, that we can start to take this to the next level. And now that we have a budget that is starting to get to that next level, I think that it's time to ask for, you're doing it, I'm sure, all over the state. Bring those tools to us, please.
And if we can't use our logo, maybe we just put our logo on these when we're doing something locally. You know, I mean, I know that the Santa Fe, New Mexico True is, you know, an important logo, but maybe we just do an ad and just use our logo instead of theirs, since we can't use that. And also, I think up here, we as elected officials will go to our government legislators and representatives and senators and say, hey, we don't particularly like the regulations that we're being instructed upon, because this doesn't work for us, because it's not providing identity and branding for our county, which is one of the top tourist counties in the nation, you know? So, you know, we want a credit.
Sure.
And so I'm...
Madam Chair and Commissioner Green, Commissioners, well taken, great input, and I thank you for that, and we'll go forward with that. I might also mention that I do talk to your constituents quite a bit in all of our districts, and they're all very happy and doing very well and I talk to them on a regular basis. So I think that's another critical plus for everything that's going on in the program.
And also, commissioners, and Commissioner Green, to your comment about cookies and co-marketing. So we do some geo-target work. In particular, we're going to be doing some geo-targeting for the International Balloon Fiesta that will be following people and feeding them messages in regard to the Turquoise Trail Art Tour, in regard to the Golondrinas Harvest Festival, as well as some of our spas. And so one of the biggest draws that we have noticed within our digital marketing is the spa and wellness industry and spa and wellness elements that people just can't get enough of spa and wellness, and they are booking those trips. So our spa continues to be very strong in our messaging, and since COVID, I would say it just continues to increase in the market.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Yes. I respect the good work that you do. I do believe that you probably look at metrics all the time. I definitely turn off my cookies. Sorry, Commissioner Green. I don't want to be tracked any more than I'm already paranoid that I am. Just kidding. The thing that Commissioner Hansen and I are also very interested in, and we've been talking about, and I see this as the opportunity to convey this, is working on an arts commission. We have a community interest in District 3 in particular. I'm getting regular emails, and the good news is it's sort of slowed down now that we've assured them that we'll put this into our strategic planning process. But if we're not known for being an arts community, we're kind of not known for our vistas and our culture. I mean, our arts is one thing that is a very big thing. As the time is going to allow us to integrate arts and culture into more of our county conversations, in hopes of establishing an arts commission, and I really lend to what has happened. And the reason I reference Chair Hansen in this, we were recently in Texas, in Austin for NACO, and the two people who led the start of, literally the two of the founders for South by Southwest, talked about how it escalated South by Southwest when the county got involved in that effort. And it's that type of initiative that it's just not lost on me that, I'll just say, for a one weekend event on a relatively small conference that we had here in the city, $600,000 for 2 days of bringing people from all over the country. $600,000 just left in the middle of Santa Fe, right? So the opportunity, when we look at and we say, well, it's not a tit for tat on the taxes, the lodger's tax, and what you're asking for, because sure, the lodger's tax is the part that comes back to the county, but then we look at all the residual monies that aren't part of the tax that had to go straight into the pockets of other taxes that'll be paid by the businesses who benefited from people who picked up their Uber, who dropped into the hotels, etc. So if we look at this as a $1 million question, which it is, I really look to continuing the conversation about how our next steps in leveraging the money to reflect the arts and culture, and in the long run, our arts commission to provide more visuals, if that's the real opportunity here, on what we need to see in places that we don't really typically think. And we have a lot of great arts tours on the various weekends that you have, the La Cienega one over the Thanksgiving and the Madrid, et cetera. But now looking at something much more comprehensively. So I'm excited because that's opportunity that we're looking for. So thank you for your good work, and we'll continue to appreciate the work that you're doing by way of the people who love to come and enjoy our beautiful county. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Yeah, so thank you. I don't mean to be so harsh, but I feel like this is the one opportunity I have to express what I feel about the county, and as an artist, as somebody who had the honor of speaking at the opening of the Vladam Contemporary Art Museum that had just opened in Santa Fe County. You know, that's, and as an artist, art is really important to me, and conveying that message of art and landscape and views. I mean, people come here for the sky. They come here for the light. And these ads in the Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area don't really convey that to me. And they really convey shopping, you know, like go shopping. And that, you know, doesn't really do it for me. I'm not a shopper, so to speak. But anyhow, what is the pleasure of the board on this request?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve item 6A.
And I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion to approve 6A from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I have it. Thank you very much, David, Lisa, and Yvonne, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, and thank you for the work you guys do for us in Santa Fe County. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go on to item 6B, which is a request of approval of an agreement 2024 between Santa Fe County and Parks and Associate LLC in the amount of $50,000 exclusive New Mexico GRT for the purpose of providing legislative lobbying services to assist with Santa Fe County legislative initiatives and delegation of authority to the county manager to finalize and sign the contract. I believe that Mr. Parks is online, and Leandro. I'll go to Leandro first. So welcome, Leandro and Yvonne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'll try to be brief and give you a quick background. Pursuant to competitive seal proposals, the county issued a request for proposals for lobbying services. Our county received 3 different proposals from offers Balzano Government Relations, RMA Advisory Group, and Parks and Associates LLC. The county's evaluation committee of myself, Hutchie Miller, and Sarah Smith found the proposal from Parks and Associates LLC to be the highest rated proposal and recommends award to this firm. As you mentioned, both Mr. Park and Mr. Weeks are available on WebEx, and at this time, we would like to recommend approval of the $50,000 contract, and I stand for any questions, and as well, Mr. Parks and Mr. Weeks will be able to answer questions.
Questions from the board?
I'd love to hear from Mr. Parks and Mr. Weeks if they want to say something, but if not.
Okay, so can we see them online? Mr. Parks and Mr. Weeks?
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This is Al Park. I believe Jason may still be on, but he was leaving shortly to go pick up his daughter. Oh, Jason might still be on, I can't tell, but I know he had to go pick up his daughter from school.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Jason Weeks here as well. Happy to introduce myself. I hate to introduce and run, but I'm going to go in front of Al so that I have a chance to get to my daughter's bus stop. Her bus comes at about 4. Fortunately, her house is around the corner. But, happy to quickly answer. Yeah.
Just a bright light
I see.
is all we see. I don't know if it's the sun or.
I think my video camera is doing the rear camera. There you go.
Okay,
there
you
is.
are. Okay, good to see you.
Promise I exist. So, Madam Chair, members of the
commission. You will meet with us in person.
Yes, absolutely. In the future, absolutely. I think Al and I wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to appear today Obviously, we didn't know that we were getting the contract until very recently. Just wanted to quickly introduce myself. I'm Jason Weeks. I'm a practicing lawyer, but have been focused mostly on lobbying since about 2015. Have done a lot of local government work. Very much looking forward to working with Santa Fe County, and excited to help you all with your public policy and capital outlay and other funding-based requests.
Commissioner Green?
Al and Jason, it's good to see you guys. Thank you very much for putting your name in here for this. I can say that I've known these two gentlemen for at least a decade and know their work over at the legislature is top-notch. And I look forward to working with them on behalf of Santa Fe County. It'll be great. We'll do great at the legislature.
Okay, well, I don't know either one of you, but I do look forward to meeting you and working with you because I think it is important that our agenda be brought forward and that the legislators understand the important work that we do and that we actually spend the money that they give us, unlike other places. So I think that's really important. I'm going to go to other commissioners. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to say? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, and very briefly, I'm just glad we're hiring a lobbyist, and for all the reasons that you just stated, that we need to have a much bigger presence in the legislature than we have in the past.
And I'm sure that Commissioner Green and myself and Hughes will be willing to work with you, and Commissioner Bustamante and Hamilton. We're all available to go to the Roundhouse and make sure that we're being recognized for the good work that we're doing in Santa Fe County.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion, if I could, to approve item 6B.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes. I have a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Congratulations. Welcome to the Santa Fe County team. We look forward to working with you, and I'm sure we will see you very soon.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. And also, I want to thank Sarah and Hutch and Leandro for doing the agenda and all the work that you did. Okay, next we will go on to item C, a resolution granting the county manager authority to sign all documents necessary for the acquisition of 16.75 acre parcel of land located at 37 Sedenda Via in Santa Fe County, required for installation of utility infrastructure for the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System. Scott Caseman and Michelle, welcome very much. Nice to see you both.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Scott Caseman. I'm the real property supervisor for the county, and with me is Michelle Hunter, our water resources specialist. Today, the reason we're asking for this resolution is for the installation of an above-ground water tank and associated water utility infrastructure for the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System in accordance with the AMIT settlement agreement. The designing engineers of the water system have determined this area to be a prime location for the water tank because of its proximity, its elevation, and the existing building envelope that was there for a home site to be built on. The landowners have requested $1 million for the 16.75 acre property. We are in the process right now of procuring an appraisal to ensure that the appraised market value is at least $1 million. So if there are any questions, Michelle and I are happy to answer.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott and Michelle. As I'm paying pretty close attention to AMIT these days, this is in my district and is pretty I think, important in the system. What happens if this doesn't appraise at $1 million?
We will, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, we will begin negotiations with the landowners. We do believe that it will be pretty close to that. The current assessed value by our tax assessor is over $1 million at this time. And based on market prices in the area, this is in line with those market values.
Okay, and for my fellow commissioners, the Amet is getting close to a $600 million project, and this property purchase would be considered a contribution on our behalf, correct me if I'm wrong, towards our portion that we have to put forward. So it's this, or it's cash, or it's other things in kind, so it makes a bunch of sense to do this. I have a question about the siting of this. Is this something that we're going to get a lot of pushback from neighbors because it's highly visible from all over the place, or is it slightly hidden in a valley? What is this going to look like?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, this tank will be set very far into the ground. There will be a big hole that it will be put into, so that the view shed will not be in any way impeded, and there will be likely a coyote fence or something similar around it, so no one will actually know that it's there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Green. This is part of our contribution to the Amet settlement, and part of what we negotiated as part of how we would pay for these project. So I think this is, we've been working on this for a long time. I'm glad to see it come to fruition. And are there any other comments from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I'd like to motion to approve this request for the tank.
And I'll second that.
Commissioner, it's your district.
That's all right. Go for it, and I'll second you.
Supporting the daylights out of it.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, congratulations. Go forth and bring us a water tank.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll go on to, I need a resolution.
Yes. Item 6C is resolution number 2023-100.
Oh, yay, we crossed the 100 line. Next, I'll go, item D is request approval to utilize outside contract for the purchase of mail ballot sorting and scanning machine using statewide pricing agreement number 20-00000-21-00005AB with Blue Jet, and 2, delegation of authority to county manager to execute all necessary agreements and documentation, including all necessary purchase orders. Finance Division, Yvonne Herrera, County Clerk, Catherine Clark. Good to see you both.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the Clerk's Office received an appropriation from the state in 2022 for the amount of $400,000 to purchase a ballot sorting machine in an effort to modernize county elections. The Clerk's Office is requesting the approval to utilize an outside contract as a procurement method to obligate and meet the state of New Mexico purchasing requirements. Recent legislative changes will require the Clerk's Office to conduct a recount after every election instead of only certain elections. With the sorting machine, it'll help reduce human resources, human error, as well as increase efficiencies. The cost of the machine is $475,075. The county will be using the NASPO statewide price agreement as referenced by Chair Hansen and the caption. And with that, we stand for any questions.
Any questions from the board?
No. Madam Chair, I'd move to approve.
Okay.
And I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor say under discussion. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, next. Next, we'll go on to presentations. The first presentation under 7A is an update on services from North Central Regional Transit District. North Executive Director Tony Martellaro. Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Hughes. Welcome, Tony.
This is the first time I've been in your new chambers. It's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you for having us here this afternoon to provide an update on NCRTD activities, also known as the Blue Bus. I believe they'll be pulling up a PowerPoint for this presentation. While I'm waiting for that to come up, just wanted to let you know that our chair, Dennis Tim Salazar, also sends his regards. He was not able to be here this afternoon. With me is Rick LeMay. He's our Communications and Marketing Manager. I do want to recognize Commissioner Hughes as the primary representative to our Board of Directors. He serves as our Vice Chair. He serves as the Chair of the Finance Subcommittee and our Sustainability Committee. So as you can see, we put him to work quite often for the board. Commissioner Bustamante serves as our alternate to our board. And I also want to recognize Chair Hansen, who also served on our board in prior years as an alternate. Next slide, please. Just a bit of background for those that may not be fully familiar with the North Central Regional Transit District. District for fiscal year 2024 has a $54 million budget and employs 101 employees when fully staffed. We have a 17-member board of directors that represent pueblos in the region, as well as county and other local governments. We serve over 67 communities. A number of those are unincorporated communities, historically existing communities within our service area, and a population of about 289,000. This service area is over 10,000 square miles, so as you can see, it's quite large. We were created in 2004 after passage of the Regional Transit District Act in 2003, and we have now operated for 19 years. We are essentially fare-free, except for our demand services, where we charge $1 for each way. In total, we operate 26 fixed routes. 12 of those routes serve Santa Fe County. We do operate a seasonal route to Taos Ski Valley. We do provide contracted service to Moore County, and that is from Moore County to Las Vegas. And we also provide demand services in Espanola and the town of Taos, which also incorporate paratransit services. And there is a weekend express service from Taos to Santa Fe as well. The next slide. There we go, technology. This slide shows our historical ridership from 2008, basically when we started providing ridership. And the blue bars are RTD operated services. Those are the blue buses you see on the roads. The orange bars are RTD funded services, such as Atomic City Transit in Los Alamos and Santa Fe Trails. They provide some regional routes that we provide funding for. And the gray bar is the Rail Runner, and we do provide operating funds for the Rail Runner, approximately $3.5 to $4 million a year for that service. So as you can see, ridership was growing, and when the pandemic hit, like other transit agencies throughout the nation, we experienced a downturn in ridership. Fortunately, that ridership has been rebounding, and you can see the yellow line there where it's starting to go upwards, but has not recovered to the extent of prior years of ridership. Part of the problem is that we're not operating all 26 of our routes. We're only operating 13 of those routes, and some of those other routes are modified routes on a demand basis. And the reason impacting our ability to provide all of the routes that we normally do provide is the fact that we do have driver vacancies. And once we do hire and train drivers, we do deploy those routes back to either fixed services from demand service. Our route status here in the Santa Fe area is, as you can see from this chart, total routes throughout the whole system. Out of the 28 routes, 2 of those are demand routes. 10 of those are operating as they operated previously to the pandemic. 10 of the routes are modified and 8 are suspended. In the Santa Fe area, Santa Clara, Tesuque, San Ildefonso, they're running on a modified combined tribal route. Initially, each one of those pueblos had their own route, but because of driver shortages and discussions with the pueblos, we agreed to modify the route and combine those for the time being. La Cienega, which did have a fixed route, was changed to a demand service. And the Turquoise Trail route was modified and is not traveling to Madrid. As I indicated, the pre-pandemic, our staffing was almost 48 employees, operators. Today we have 32 operators. So we're experiencing about a 32% vacancy rate. The good news is that here in our Santa Fe area, our domicile here, we have the highest staffing level we've ever experienced since 2019, so when we only had 2 drivers and now we have 5. So because of that, we are looking at reinstituting some of these modified routes. In particular, we're going to be looking at reinstituting the Madrid service on the Turquoise Trail here shortly. For the last year, the district undertook a rebranding effort. Our original logo had the Zia symbol on it. We didn't ask them if we could use it. It just happened, and the district utilized that symbol for quite some time. We felt it was time to create our own brand. So we've kept our iconic blue color that we're known by, but we also wanted to reflect the northern region and its various attributes. So you can see here that we've incorporated symbols related to the Pueblos and the mountains in our region. The wording on top represents the various languages spoken in our region, and it includes tribal languages, and we were so glad that the Pueblos gave us permission to utilize their languages, and those are the various languages that say blue.
And I want to just interject, Tony, that I was honored to be on part of the team that helped choose this logo, and I think you hired a great team to do the design of the bus, all of the work. It was a pleasure working with all of them.
Well, thank you for that. Next project I want to share with you is our workforce housing project. We own approximately 3 acres behind our administration and maintenance facility, And the city of Espanola owns an adjoining 7-acre parcel. So we have worked together to develop these two parcels into affordable and workforce housing. The city is focusing on affordable housing on their parcel, and we're focusing on workforce housing. But we've utilized North Central New Mexico Economic Development District to help prepare a survey of public employers in both Rio Arriba County and Taos County regarding their need for workforce housing. And based upon those results, our board allowed us to proceed forward to developing a draft site plan, a housing needs analysis, and a financial pro forma regarding the workforce housing that we're looking to create. We're also anticipating a similar project near our new Taos Operations and Maintenance Facility as well. The project here, this is just a larger illustration of the 3 acres and the breakdown of the project. We will not be selling any of these units. They'll be rental only, and they'll be made available to existing or new employees of the district. And if we don't have employees of the district that are interested, we will make it available to other public employers in our region there in Rio Arriba County. But the breakdown is approximately 56% of those would be 3-bedroom units. And again, this is based on survey data of needs. 11% 2-bedroom, and 1% will be 33% of those will be 1-bedroom. The board has given us approval to move forward to generating or coming up with the financing plan for this project and a schedule, and then coming back to the board once we have that financing plan put together. But there was a pro forma conducted, and the project would cash flow for us. And when I mean cash flow, not money into our pocket, but money to maintain the project and repair it and keep it in good condition for its perpetuity. And that would be if we had to borrow funds to create this. Obviously, we're going to look for capital outlay funds so that we don't have to do any borrowing, but we'll see how that goes here. For those that aren't familiar with our administrative facility, this is the Jim West, this is the future Jim West building remodel and expansion in Espanola. This is what it'll ultimately look like after we're completed the 4,000 square foot building expansion. We've, due to the costs, we've had to break this down into phases. Phase 1 is funded, and we have started the final design on that phase and hope to go out for construction on that here sometime in March, April of 2024. And then the other phases listed here will follow once we've got the rest of that funding aligned for this project. This is our recently completed Espanola maintenance facility. Prior to constructing this facility, we contracted all of our fleet maintenance out. We now undertake all of those services internally, and we have also built a fueling facility as well as a mechanical wash bay for our buses. This is on a 7-acre site that the district owns, and 80% of the project was paid by federal money. We were very happy to receive those build funds from the federal government. This is our new Taos Operations and Maintenance Center. This project just broke ground 2 weeks ago, and this replaces an existing facility that we acquired when we took over the Taos chili line back in 2015. That old facility was on a 3/4 acre site, basically consisting of a trailer and metal garage, and totally inadequate for our needs and the needs of the employees in that area. Our new facility is on a 6-acre site. We've designed it for to be expandable in terms of the bays and adding a future wash bay as well. But other than that, it'll again allow us to maintain our fleet within the Taos geographic area. We've also committed to undertaking maintenance of other transit systems, fleets, as needed, both in the Rio Arriba County area as well as in the Taos area. And this project is also not quite 80%, about 70% funded by the federal government. Zero emissions vehicle transition. We have made the commitment to convert our entire fleet by 2045 to zero emission vehicles. We've recently received about $13 million in federal funding to deploy 6 electric buses, 7 electric vans, and 3 hybrid diesel electric buses, including all the associated charging facilities. 3 of those electric buses will be based in Espanola, and the other 6 will be in the Taos area. And some of those buses will be running from Taos to Santa Fe as well. We're entering the final stage of our procurement process with the manufacturer of these vehicles. We hope to have that agreement signed here within the next month, and it's about a 12-month delivery schedule, so we won't see these vehicles until late September or October of 2024, but we're very excited about being able to deploy these. I believe we'll be the only transit system in northern New Mexico with initially electric bus fleet, and as I indicated, by 2045, we intend to be 100% zero emission. That effort and plan to become 100% zero emission vehicles has a cost of about $254 million associated with it over the next 20 years. And lastly, our board recently adopted a long-range strategic plan. This was an update of our existing plan. And this plan will basically make a number of changes. And the most profound change or transformational change is that we're going to be providing what's called bus rapid transit service, connecting urban centers such as Santa Fe and Espanola and Taos, 14 hours per day, 7 days a week. And what that implies is that we will be adding weekend service from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. We'll have longer operating hours, as late as 10 p.m. on weekdays. We will be providing peak service every 15 minutes during the defined peak service area. There will be a bus either departing Taos or departing Santa Fe and running down that corridor. And on non-peak service times, it'll be every 30 minutes. The plan will be incrementally implemented over the next 10 years as both funding and staffing resources are available. Some of the other changes that we'll be making under this plan is that a number of areas that currently receive fixed services will become microtransit areas, and that's a form of public sector form of Uber Lyft, and that'll feed into the BRT line. So their services won't be diminished, but will be enhanced in that they'll be able to call and schedule their rides on a 30-minute notice. We're also looking at adding microtransit services in the Edgewood area that will not impact the existing commuter service that they enjoy. We're looking at Turquoise Trail. Currently, it's one route that also incorporates Madrid, Here in the near future, it'll be 2 routes, which will include the existing commuter service around the 599 railroad station and county and state facilities and into Santa Fe, but also Madrid commuter service and tourist service middays as well. And then, as I indicated, La Cienega would be microtransit service only. Lastly, we're evaluating providing microtransit services between the Santa Fe Airport and the downtown area. That's currently being analyzed, and we'll be having discussions with Santa Fe Trails as well about our service there and how the two entities can jointly cooperate on providing that. As you know, there's a lack of service between the airport and Santa Fe and the downtown area. Lastly, this illustration shows the Mobility Hub BRT network, and those pink areas are those microtransit corridor zones I was referencing about modifications of existing routes in there into the microtransit service. So that's the end of my presentation, Madam Chair. I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
Thank you, Tony. I was trying to make a joke about the Santa Fe airport. Providing service there would be like light years ahead of anything that is available at the moment. I have been stuck there for over an hour waiting to get a ride somewhere.
Right.
And so some kind of transportation from the Santa Fe airport, Santa Fe Regional Airport would be a good thing.
Yes.
And great presentation, Commissioner Green.
I guess I'll go first. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Great presentation. It's good to see things recovering after COVID, and really like to see the carbon elimination plan, even though it'll take forever. You got to start somewhere, so that's a good start on that. The question I kind of have is, another accolade is I really appreciate the strategic housing, the workforce housing project. I think that's a key way to get people locked into becoming bus drivers, right? It's or maintenance workers, and so I think that's a good use of some excess land and a targeted way of making people valued for their work in ways other than just straight cash, and locking them into working for us. So the questions I have are about Los Alamos. I know that Los Alamos County and Los Alamos National Laboratories are both working on transit plans, somewhat conflicting in their goals, but how are we working with them to sort of bring them together so that we can help them with some of the mass transit needs they need for Los Alamos?
Madam Chair, Councilor Green, the Llano Transit Plan, the first document that was created was done by the NCRTD and the state of New Mexico DOT. We undertook that planning effort on the behest of the national laboratories. They had come to our board meeting and had shared with us their plans to grow their workforce and the lack of housing and other housing opportunities and increase in the workforce housing. And if you might recall, they were talking about building this road over through White Rock down to 599, and we just happened to send them a letter and said, well, why are you considering building a road? Why don't you consider public transit first? Well, and they took us up on that, and we undertook this study that was funded by the federal government, and Llano did contribute to it, and we did a phase 1 study looking at how the various public transit systems within the region can coordinate and provide services. Those services won't be effective unless Llano modifies their internal transit system. So we went to phase 2 of the implementation plan, which is currently being finalized, and there's been presentations made regarding that, and that plan has them modifying their internal bus services to align with external services that are going to be needed. And the amount of bus services that's needed, public transit systems here can't provide it. Llano's going to have to basically deploy their own fleet of buses. They really don't want non-badged people on those vehicles. So as a result of that, we really can't provide them any service, because ours is open to the public. So the good thing is Llano kind of put, their money where their mouth is, and they went and hired a transportation director. They've added staff. They've taken those recommendations in that study very seriously, and they're starting to deploy those with pilot programs where they've created a parking lot at Cities of Gold for Llano employees, and they've committed to not building any more parking garages up there, so that parking's going to be limited. And you want to get to work, you're going to have to go to one of these off-site parking lots, get on a bus, and go up to the lab and what have you. So we're all working together, and there is an implementation plan, and everybody's got their assignments in there, and to move forward to put this regional transit plan together for meeting the needs of the laboratory with this influx of new additional employees.
And then in regards to Los Alamos County's somewhat conflicting strategy for transit?
No, they're part of. They were part of the plan and process, and the county's going to have to build a new transit center near TA3 or somewhere in that area as part of their participation. We're going to be adding another route. We have a midday route that goes up to Llano. Now it's suspended right now because of driver shortages, but in the future that'll be redeployed. But we'll have another route that goes from Espanola to White Rock, so that it'll go to a parking lot, and then those employees can get on a Llano transit vehicle into the laboratory. But Los Alamos County has been there with us and involved in the whole process.
I'd encourage you to get that running again, because I've heard from Espanola and from Los Alamos and that from the Pueblos that they need those routes up to Los Alamos, and the traffic on our roads, it's mostly Santa Fe County until you get right to Los Alamos, is getting, there's a lot of traffic up there. To reiterate the airport run, there's only 8-9 flights a day, right? And so they're pretty well targeted, and I think that it would be a good idea to target those flights with a coordinated bus. It doesn't have to be a large bus, it's just a van just to get to the hotels and charge a nominal fee to get them to the hotels. And the part that could be the on-demand part is which hotel are you going to, right? But you're going to be picked up at the airport. You could be just dropped off at the plaza, but if you go to a hotel, it's going to go down Cerrillos Road and pick up all the hotels down there, and then have a sliding scale depending on which hotel you're going to. If you're going all the way to Bishop's Lodge, it might be more, and if you're going to one that's near the airport, it might be less. And I think there's a dynamic way of thinking about that opportunity there, and allowing for folks like myself and Commissioner Hansen not to be stranded there for a few hours. Last, one of the things that came up recently at a meeting in the film industry with the overlap of film and sustainability was the idea of staff vans for EV staff vans for the film industry. And I'm wondering if that is a way that we could jumpstart our EV, sort of lightweight fleet, as opposed to doing these large buses that sometimes might not be full, but to do a 14-person van that is an EV van that that could be leased by the film industry for their purposes. Again, it's mass transit, our services. It could pay for us getting into it and subsidize a lot of our fleets. It's just throwing it out there, but it's just another opportunity to provide mass transit for an industry that is one of our targeted industries. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Tony for coming, and I don't have any questions because I see him 2 or 3 times a month, as he mentioned. So we have plenty of time to talk. But I did want to say that I've been on the board now for almost 3 years, and it's a really, really well-run organization. I've been really impressed with the work that Tony and his team do in managing their finances and the routes and everything else. And then I think, just to reiterate, it's very exciting that we're getting electric buses starting next year. And if you have an electric car, that's great, but even greener is to ride an electric bus with a bunch of other people. So I'm looking forward to riding the electric bus when it comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Bustamante?
Mr. Montalaro, I have to just say, I am completely impressed. So I learned a little bit about how the Blue Bus got started. We worked some. I happen to have had someone say that you had something to do with its inception, that you've been working this for a long time, and if there's anyone who really knows the details and the ins and outs of the transportation issues in northern New Mexico, I'm looking at the man who's doing it. And I'm just going to say, for a person who likes to think about history and things in perpetuity, my eyes are being treated here. I am so respectful, is an understatement, when I sat through the presentation and the training that we go through to be on the board, and how you manage the finances, and how that organization is being run, and to know that you've been working these issues since its inception, growing a program really that is successful. And again, like, my words just seem to fall flat. Like, I don't know how to show enough of appreciation, because I also commuted from La Cienega to Espanola when I was working at Northern New Mexico College, and I rode the Blue Bus very often. And to know how many people were really taking advantage of that service, and that you worked with our recently passed Governor Bill Richardson in establishing this mechanism that has really made Northern New Mexico accessible to so many people, students and then some. And it was the students when I was at Northern New Mexico College who I was concerned about, who lived in these very rural areas, and they said, no, the Blue Bus actually goes through, Chamizal or wherever part of the community they were in. And to be quite honest, that changes lives. This is the kind of service that has made things accessible for people to be able to improve their lives. And I saw it daily when I sat on the bus for people who commuted one way or the other to go to work. I couldn't give you enough appreciation, and I respect your insight and your ability to have just a well-run. I have to echo what Commissioner Hughes said, and the budget, the finances, and how well-tuned the Blue Bus is in northern New Mexico. So I'm just grateful for the opportunity to stand here and get to share my gratitude in front of people, because I've thought it. And when I learned later, after I had gone through your training, and they said, well, it was really Anthony Mortellaro who started it. And I thought, well, that's something. It was really kind of amazing. And I recognize, I see the look on your face, that it's not a one-person show. But you've really done a lot to execute something that matters a lot. And I understand that it is a team that builds these types of opportunities. But I'm sincerely grateful. There are a lot of people who've benefited, and thank you for your good work.
Well, thank you for those kind comments, and you're right. I do want to acknowledge that there were individuals before I arrived onto the RTD that had a key role in making this regional vision a reality, and and they put a lot of time and effort into it, and it took the leaders that were in the counties at the time and the Pueblos to really come together and partner together to make this happen. And I think it's, again, it's not due to my credit or anything, but to those individuals that were there back in 2003 that basically ended up creating this transit system once the legislature passed the legislation. And I don't have the history as to who promoted the legislation. I wish I did, but I know what happened once it was passed, and it's been fantastic for northern New Mexico, as you've indicated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tony, for everything you do. It is an incredibly well-run organization. It is a model for everyone, of every other organization to look to for how an organization is run. I also love the workforce housing. Thank you for that. That is really a good thing to see, and I'm glad that you're partnering with the city of Espanola. Also, you know, once again, even getting people into the city of Santa Fe from the airport so they can then get an Uber, because you can't get an Uber come out to the Santa Fe Regional Airport. You know, so even getting people just into town would make a big difference, you know, and it's unfortunate, but I'm happy to hear that you're thinking about that and working on those projects. And thank you for all of your good work, always. We're grateful to have you here and provide an update of what's been happening. It's been a while since we've seen you.
Thank you for allowing us to provide you this update. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're honored to have you here, so thank you very much. Next, we'll go on to item 7B, presentation on single-use plastic and polyurethane working group impact report and recommendations. Before we start, though, I want to congratulate you, Jacqueline, on the New Mexico Energy Services Coalition Award for the County Sustainability Division GESPC project as the 2023 Medium Energy Project of the Year. Manager Schaefer mentioned it earlier, but you weren't here, so I want to make sure that you know that we're grateful to your work on that, and happy that you got that award and that we got that award, because it shows that we are using and making our resources in a good way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, so now, and welcome Sarah Pierpoint also. Thank you for being here. Thank you both.
Jacqueline Beam, Sustainability Manager, Community Development Department. I am accompanied by Sarah Pierpont, who has been nominated as or appointed as the chair for the Single-Use Plastic and Polystyrene Working Group. I'll just give a small background and then pass it on to Sarah so that she can present on the main body of this work. On May 10th, 2022, the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners approved Resolution 2022-31, striving to address plastic pollution in Santa Fe County. Under the direction of the county manager and facilitated by the Sustainability Division and county manager staff, a working group was established. Following the resolution task, the working group's mandate was to develop a public information campaign and an impact analysis that, if appropriate and feasible, will strive to develop a proposed ordinance banning single-use plastics and polystyrene products in Santa Fe County. The resulting report and presentation are intended to detail the impacts of plastic and polystyrene waste in Santa Fe County landfills, waterways, recycling centers, and communities, as well as provide a full picture understanding of both benefits and challenges in the implementation of a single-use plastic and polystyrene ban ordinance. Based upon analysis and findings, included is an outline of recommended pathways for decreasing plastic usage and/or adopting a potential draft ordinance banning single-use plastics and polystyrene products in Santa Fe County. And with that, I will pass it on to the chair of the working group.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Good evening, good afternoon, Board of County Commissioners, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for having me. As Jacqueline noted, I'm Sarah Pierpont. I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Recycling Coalition, and I was appointed chair of our working group, which is called the Single-Use Plastic and Polystyrene Working Group. We affectionately call ourselves the SUP group. As Jacqueline mentioned, we started based on the ordinance that passed in 2020, the resolution 2020-031. And for the past year, we've met every month with a couple of special meetings. The other members of our group aren't able to be here tonight. A couple of them have some health challenges or they are out of state. But the working group it was very great to work with Jacqueline and her department, so thank you. Our recommendations will be presented at the end of this, but I wanted to go over some of the things that we discussed over the past year as part of this working group. As Jacqueline mentioned, we started our first meeting in September 2020, and these are the tasks that we researched more in depth. We looked at the fiscal impact to the county, and based on discussions with the City of Santa Fe and Bernalillo County and other entities in our state that have done a similar ban on single-use plastics, we believe it would be about 1/2 full-time employee per year for the county to manage this program, and 1/4 of the full-time employee would be in the Code Enforcement Department, and 1/4 of a full-time employee would be in the Sustainability Division. We also thought it was important to have an additional fund at the beginning to help with education and outreach, and we put together a budget of about $40,000 for Spanish and English education and outreach material, advertisements, and also like ways to garner free media and free press through press releases and events. When we looked at the business impact for the financial aspect of this research, we do realize that a lot of the alternative items cost more. For example, a single-use paper bag is about 10 cents more than a single-use plastic bag. A non-styrofoam, which is polystyrene is another way of saying styrofoam, takeout container is about 30 cents higher than a styrofoam takeout clamshell container. But we do recognize, the committee recognized that there are additional opportunities for businesses to recoup some of that cost by selling reusable items such as shopping bags to customers. And then one aspect of the financial part that the working group looked at was that right now the question is, whose cost is this? The cost still exists, whatever that cost may be from litter or contamination, and the cost right now is subsidized by our county's litter cleanup programs, by the Sakia systems, by the ranchers that might have cattle that have died from the pollution, the recycling programs. I'll talk a little bit how contamination from single-use plastics is expensive for recycling, same with the wastewater systems. So just something to consider when we're talking about the fiscal impact is the cost is hard to quantify in some aspects. No, I'm still there. It's okay. Policy, our report goes into detail with the cities of Las Cruces and Bernalillo County and the state of Vermont. In New Mexico, Bernalillo County, City of Las Cruces, City of Santa Fe, City of Silver City, and Taos, City of Taos to some extent, have some sort of ban on single-use plastics. And nationwide, there's 12 states that have a ban on single-use plastic bags. The good news is that a lot of the work and policy that we would set has been done in other places, and we were able to learn from other cities and counties and states. In education, we looked at a budget of about $40,000 to launch any sort of program that we recommended on the draft ordinance, and that would be for English and Spanish flyers at point of sale. It'd also be to help the retailers know how to be in compliance. And the committee recommends that the county sustainability division manages that education and outreach effort in that budget. Future budgets for education outreach can come from a fee that we suggest at the point of sale for a single-use paper bag, sort of like the city of Santa Fe does right now, but I'll go into that in a little bit more detail later on. Okay. Incentives. I don't have to hold it down the whole time. I thought I had to hold it down the whole time. Incentives include ways to incentivize businesses. And really what the working group decided was that the best way to incentivize businesses for reuse is to have a 10-cent fee at the point of sale to incentivize consumers to bring reusable products. Enforcement, we considered having the codes enforcement work that is already working with businesses to take over this part of the enforcement. And it is important, if we're taking the time and energy to limit the use and distribution of single-use plastics, that there is some sort of enforcement arm that the county can use. Alternative options. A lot of the time with the alternative options and looking at more eco-friendly or plant-based alternatives to single-use plastics and polystyrene takeout containers, it gets into this life cycle analysis question. There was a study by Columbia University in 2014 that found that a single-use paper bag is way worse for the environment than a single-use plastic bag. That study was funded by ExxonMobil, by Dow Chemical. The real truth is that life cycle analysis is really hard to quantify which one is better. Upstream from a paper bag, you have a tree. Upstream from a plastic bag, you have a fracking well. So that is something to think about. But also, we're really trying to encourage reuse. It's not just replacing one single-use item with another. And for outreach, when this group got together, our goal was to have quite a few members representing a diverse sector of the county. We reached out to the 85-plus businesses from the county's list of businesses to see if anyone wanted to be involved, to get their input. We created surveys. We did a large survey for residents at Earth Day events. It went out to 4,400 residents with the county newsletters, and we didn't get great responses. We had about 5 or 6 responses to each survey. All responses were in support of banning single-use plastics in the county, and we did even try and knock on doors and call businesses directly. We did get a hold of some business owners in the county, and even if they were in support or not in support of this, they simply didn't have the time to devote to the commission. We spent a good 3 or 4 months and a good bulk of the initial meetings trying to build this outreach to get input from a more broad spectrum of people that within the county, and then we had to move on. So I do recognize that there was not a lot of business input, but I believe it wasn't for the lack of trying. Okay, so this picture, I don't know if you guys can see it. This is a common thing, people often talk about like single-use plastics going to the oceans. You don't have to have an ocean to have single-use plastics hurt your waterways. The EPA worked with the Pew Charitable Trust, and they did a large study in 2020 that found that 58% of the film, which is number 4 plastic, it's called LDPE, 58% of film pollution can be avoided through reduction measurements, such as bans on single-use plastic items. 5 products, plastic film, plastic bags, plastic bottles, sachets, which is like those little, like a ketchup thing as a sachet, multi-layer films, and household goods contribute to 85% of the plastic leaking into the environment and ocean today. So it is something that it's time to address, and that's why you see so many states and cities and counties across the country working so hard to do this. The impacts
just so you know, Sarah, we have your presentation on our screen.
You do? Thank you for telling me, because I'm thinking.
I know. And I wanted to. Jacqueline knows, but I wanted.
I saw
to,
Commissioner Hughes get up, and I thought it was so he could see it. Thank you for telling me. I don't have to go into a lot of the nitty-gritty details about single-use plastic impacts. If you listen to the news, if you read a newspaper, you know a lot of this. Half the plastics ever created were produced in the past 15 years. Current trends continue. We're on track to triple the plastic in our oceans. If plastic might be as toxic as equivalent of 30 coal-fired power plants. But something that is interesting to think about is that in New Mexico, 20% of all the cost of recycling contamination is made from plastic film, or that's nationwide. In New Mexico, last week I went on a tour. There's a MRF, it's called a Materials Recovery Facility. It's where all of our curbside recycling gets unmixed, and so you put the cardboard, aluminum, plastic, and paper all in one bin, and then they have this $30 million operation that's huge. It's called the Barco MRF, operated by Waste Connections. And as you're going in you have your hard hat on, you're doing the MRF tour, and on your left-hand side, there's this giant pile of the residual. That residual is basically things that were put in the recycling bin and they cannot be recycled, and it's going to be landfilled. And I asked the gentleman leading the tour, it costs about $4 million a year for that processing facility to throw away and bury that material. And I took pictures of it. I wish I could show them to you. It's pure plastic film. It's 80% of it is plastic film. So it is a high impact to our city and our state. And based on his discussion and my kind of calculation for population, I estimate that it costs Santa Fe County, not including the city of Santa Fe, about $400,000 per year based on contamination in recyclables. Contamination in recyclables is because those are not accepted in our recycling stream, and they clog the gears and the levers and all the things, and they make it unsafe for workers, so they have to stop operations, put on harnesses, do safety checks, and remove that material. And one more thing that recent report from Pew Charitable Trust noted is that aside from the litter and harm to the environment, plastic has a really grave concerns for our human health. They've found microplastics in human placenta, in our bloodstream, embedded in our heart. It's really prevalent, and it's not good for us. Okay, so are single-use plastic bans effective? The short answer is yes. Like I mentioned, we're not recreating the wheel. A lot of places have done this before. We can look at what, California's ban reduced single-use plastic bags by 70%. The city of Boulder went from using 30 million single-use plastic bags a year down to 4.5 million. So it does work. It is a good, effective tool at limiting what we end up putting into our environment in the first place. Which leads me to frequently asked questions. A lot of the one we hear, and when the group was doing outreach to residents, and at Earth Day events, it's we don't have an ocean. Why does this matter? Well, we all know everything leads to the ocean, and aside from just polluting the ocean, we don't want plastic in our roadways, in our acequias, in our arroyos. It's unsightly. It's bad for the environment. It's bad for wildlife. A study by Keep America Beautiful, a national study that was done in 2020 on litter, found that 38% of litter is plastic, and nearly 350 million plastic bags were littered on the U.S. roadways and waterways, and most of that, 95% of that, are those plastic bags you would get at the point of sale. So even though we don't have an ocean right next to New Mexico, it does matter. Another question we often get is why not reuse? Why not reuse instead? Like reuse the plastic bag to line my garbage can or pick up pet waste. And reuse is really great. It's really important, and we want to encourage reuse. That's why we have that 10-cent fee at the point of sale to encourage people to reuse and bring their own bags instead of paying 10 cents for a paper bag. But just like all of the children learn in elementary school, it is a hierarchy, and just like the EPA recommends for our solid waste system, it's a hierarchy of reduce, reuse, and recycle. And reuse is important, but reduce is more important. It's trumping reuse in that hierarchy. So this recommended ordinance is a way to kind of get at to the reduce in the first place, eliminate the problem in the first place. Why not recycle all plastics? I'm sure you've all heard that less than 10% of plastics in this country get recycled. I did a information request from our state's Environment Department, the Solid Waste Bureau, and about 3% of the plastic in New Mexico gets recycled. Recycling is important. I'm the executive director of the New Mexico Recycling Coalition. I know that recycling works, but recycling is not the solution for plastic waste crisis. It's just simply not enough. The analogy that the industry, the proponents of banning single-use plastics use is the bathtub. I'm sure you've heard this. Like, you walk into your bathtub, it's overflowing with water, and it's pouring water all over the floor, and you have two options. You can either turn the faucet off or go grab a mop. Right now, we're talking about turning off the flow, turning off the faucet of single-use plastics and the prolific plastic that is in our world and our environment, And once we do that, we can talk about other things like grabbing the mop and cleaning up the water. That's recycling. Grab the mop. What about extended producer responsibility or product stewardship? Are you guys really familiar with that? Do you all know what that is? Okay. So Colorado just passed that. We're super impressed. We had Colorado come and speak at our conference last week. We had a woman from California also speak. They are basically making the brands, the Coca-Colas, the Unilevers, the Nestle's, pay for the recycling program because they're responsible for managing the packaging and the waste it creates at the end of its life. So product stewardship, yes, but what I learned from hearing these women speak to it last week is that it's a decades-long process. And it's also often better done at the statewide level, so we're still working on that, but and a lot of the places that have passed product stewardship laws have started with cities and counties doing their own efforts, like having an ordinance to reduce single-use plastic, and then it kind of polka dots its way through until it's a statewide effort. That takes me to the proposed recommendations. Okay, so the report goes into more details, but we propose a ban on single-use plastic bags at the point of sale from retail establishments, which includes restaurants. This does not include the bags that are inside a grocery store, in a package, like your hefty bags for your garbage cans at home. It does not include plastic bags for vegetables or takeout or bulk food. And it also has some common sense exemptions, like restaurants that have takeout that might have a really high liquid content and need to protect the soup or whatever from spilling, they can use a single-use plastic bag. The 10-cent fee that is charged at the point of sale for the paper bag is divided into 9 cents to the county and 1 cent stays with the retailer to help with the admin. And we modeled this after City of Santa Fe's ordinance, simply to have some cohesion so it's not confusing as one store versus another. Utensils such as packets of condiments, your mayonnaise, your ketchup, plastic forks, straws are only available upon request. And this is obviously if someone needs a straw for reasons of the Americans with Disability Act, they could have a straw without any issue or complaint. And the other items that it does is it bans expanded polystyrene, which is styrofoam, food containers for takeout or in-person dining. So you can't have styrofoam containers for takeout or in-person dining. Styrofoam was discussed a lot by the working group because it's so egregious, it's really toxic to eat off of, it's not good for your body or your health, but also if it does end up in the environment, it turns into microplastics that are really hard to clean up. The other thing is it's nowhere in the state of New Mexico is styrofoam recyclable. It's just there's nowhere to recycle it. And a ban on intentional helium balloon releases. They look pretty, it's festive and celebratory, but once those balloons are released into the sky, they turn into garbage. Enforcement and education. First, we would do a warning letter, fines. It'd be managed by the county's enforcement office, and then the sustainability department would do the related outreach and education, and that could be funded through that 9 cents that is coming back to the county from the point of sale fee at for the bags. And I'm going to turn it back to Jacqueline for the next steps.
Thank you, Sarah. Madam Chair, Commissioners, we realize that our effective date of January 1, 2024 is somewhat aspirational because a lot of the ordinance will need to be thoroughly reviewed by legal. First, we have gone through a first pass with legal, and that was the recommendation. And then we would have to go through an official BCC vote for the proposed ordinance, and then title and publish, obviously, and then collecting public comment to make any revisions that are necessary as a result of public sentiment. And then department coordination and collaboration for enforcement will also involve procedures and policies within our departments to best track and enforce the ordinance if the ordinance is approved. And then we would like to see a one-year follow-up report to find out how successful we've been in mitigating the plastic usage throughout the county as a result of the ban, proposed ban. And with that, we will stand for any questions.
Thank you for a great report, very impressive. Thank you, Sarah. One of the, I'm just going to take a little liberty Jeopardy right now. But the product responsibility, when Jacqueline and I were at a conference in Colorado, there was a presentation on that was very impressive to see that they had major companies, General Electric or General, whatever the, General Mills, PepsiCo. I don't buy those products because I don't shop at those stores, but a lot of these big companies, Coca-Cola, had bought into their ordinance, and that was very impressive to see that there was already larger corporations being responsible. And I think that that is something that we have to work on, because that's where we have to stop it. And so I was happy to see that in your presentation. I'll go to questions from the board. Commissioner Bustamante.
Sarah, Jacqueline, thank you. Good job. And I'm inspired by the work that you've done. I was on the New Mexico Recycling Coalition myself for about 8 years, and then the National Recycling Coalition, and I'm hopeful. Everything that you have here is something that I look forward to working with our commissioners on. I was at Santa Fe Community College when they brought in Ethel, who tells a big story of every, 6 minutes, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 pounds of plastic is being generated. And the next thing that I just sort of say it, I don't know if you're doing it, and I was confident, and I appreciate your words, is recycling does work, but is it really recycling when there are things that we have to, is if there's no market forward, there's no one's going to take it and make another product. So I'm grateful for the good work that you've done, sincerely.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Hamilton.
Thanks. Very, very good report and a lot of good information. There's seeing big long-term effects of these efforts that have to start at the ground can be so frustrating. Everything was important, but some of the very compelling things, aside from the incredible microplastics issue, which, by the way, is one of the most highly funded initiatives at EPA right now. So the level of microplastics, it's the latest, hottest thing, only because it's such an incredibly pervasive problem. The idea of the demand, the quantification of that, of the petrochemical industry is a very compelling piece. The other thing is the full life cycle. So, the idea of forcing the companies that are using them and producing them to pay for the cleanup, that's been an idea that's been around for quite a while. There's been a lot published on it. It's been almost impossible to get any hold in that because, companies use, if you guys remember the paper from decades ago of the tragedy of the commons, that's part of the problem. You have common resources, everybody's willing to put the money in to pull it out and make a lot of money, but not to clean it up afterwards, and that just then falls to who's ever left swimming in the dirt to have to, which is society. So companies make the profit and then society cleans it up. So if this is actually catching on and in Colorado and getting support, I'm shocked and impressed. And I guess that's kind of a bit of encouragement. But it's definitely something that, to me, from a ethics point of view, we should consider. But society has never done that, especially capitalist societies. So thank you for the work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick comments, and thank you, Sarah, for the hard work and chairing the committee that I know was sort of like herding cats sometimes. But you guys got it done, and I'm glad we're where we are now. It's interesting that because we did a survey of my constituents before we started this, and I think we got about 100 responses, and they were 90% in favor of a plastic bag ban. I think a lot of your committee members are also in my district, so there's a lot of activity in the 285 Recycles Coalition, or the, whatever it is, I don't know. There's various coalitions out there. It's disappointing we didn't get more input from businesses from the beginning. I know we did have a business person on the committee who was very interested in this whole issue. I suspect when we propose an ordinance, we will get more interest and hear what they have to say. Also, I don't know if any of you read in the New York Times recently, Michael Bloomberg has made it his mission now to try and not have any more petrochemical plants built because as we've heard, what the oil and gas companies want to do, since they know they're not going to be able to sell gasoline forever when we all drive electric cars, they want to just keep producing more plastic. And so I think it is becoming a real problem. I mean, it's already a big problem, but it has the potential to get even worse if that can be imagined. So my suggestion would be that we ask the staff to draft the ordinance. If there are parts of, based on the report we just heard, if there are parts that the staff thinks are not going to be enforceable or we should do different from the city, perhaps make note of that. I've heard that, perhaps we shouldn't charge 10 cents for a paper bag, or perhaps we should let the store keep the whole 10 cents because sending 1 cent from just a few stores there's a lot fewer stores in Santa Fe County than the city, so it might not be worth it sending us a penny for each paper bag. But I think those are things that we could look at when we consider the ordinance as it's drafted. And then finally, I think if, depending how fast things move, if we need to set a different date, we can set a different date for when it be, because I assume not only do we need to develop the ordinance, publish title and general summary, pass the ordinance, but then we'd probably want to have a period of at least a few months to educate businesses so that they're not, we wouldn't want to pass it in December and make it take effect in January and, have them all come back from Christmas and say, wait a minute, I've got all these plastic bags, what do I do? So we'd probably want a little time there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you, Sarah. This was enlightening. A couple things in playing long ball with this. I really appreciated the idea of following Colorado's model and reducing the packaging model. For New Mexico to do that, it would probably, it's going to take some legislation. Legislation takes time, and this next session is only a 30-day session. But that doesn't mean you don't start now. What you do is you get a memorial in this coming up session that would ask the legislature and the Department of Environment to study that legislation to reduce the packaging, so that in the next 60-day session that it's all teed up and it's been studied and it's not just going to die in committee on its way there. So I would recommend that we start working with our delegation to get a memorial in this next session so that we could study it in the next interim. And so 15 months from now that we would have a statewide reduction solution. And that's something that I think Santa Fe as a delegation is probably the right delegation to start pushing that, working with other legislators around the country or around the state. A couple other things. It was brought to my attention today, actually. I don't know if it was fortuitous or ironic, but that the idea that in some other communities there are reusable, we have a lot of events. So we have Wine and Chili this week, and there is going to be a ton of non-reusable, single-use plastic in these things. And so it's a great event, and Santa Fe County supports it, and we should support it. It's fabulous. But there's other ways we could support it. We could support it by buying and leasing or helping support an organization lease reusable event wear. These are either higher quality plastics that are not single-use plastics, or other things, coconut or whatever the other materials are, that can be used at least multiple times, and that can be a mechanism to make these events that sometimes only happen once a year, and they can't manage to do this and buy this stuff for an event that's a once-a-year thing, but if it's going to be used 50 times a year would make a big difference. And so 50 times a year, because there's 50 events, easily makes this workable. In all transparency, I own a delivery company that delivers a lot of things in single-use bags. And I try to talk to my restaurants and encourage them to use other better solutions. And this is another place that a collective organization such as Santa Fe County or the city and the county could help our restaurants and our merchants in purchasing. First off, it's a pain to buy, even if they're only using a few things, to buy better products. So there's the opportunity for the county and the city and sort of a regional coalition to come together to buy in bulk and then allow a local merchant to buy at an affordable rate. If you're only buying a couple hundred things, you're going on to Amazon and you're buying something, or but you're not getting a great rate, and it does become 10 times more expensive than a single-use bag. But if you can buy in bulk and we can create a depot for that, we may have an opportunity to bring that price down and make it much easier for people to not use polystyrene and to not use these other products that we're going to ban potentially. So that's another area where we can use our collective heft to help with either these reusable event stuff or these reusable or better quality stuff. And then I would encourage us to look at trying to get a measure through some draft legislation through the legislature. Those are the sort of heavy lift things that I think a single-use ban, when it's only hitting bags and maybe polystyrene, is missing a lot of the target. And so those next level things could be things that make a bigger difference than just this single-use bag thing. But I appreciate the bag thing as well, so great work. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So yes, I want to move forward with the ordinance as soon as possible. And I think that it's really important. I think one step at a time, I think, is really important. Also, getting single-use plastic out of the stream of people is really important. All these other things that everyone has said is important, but the data shows that getting single-use plastic out of the stream of use makes a big difference. And I would like to see that move forward as soon as possible. I want to thank you for your incredible hard work, because this has not been easy, I know. I apologize for not being at meetings, but I have too many meetings that I have to be at, and I have complete faith in you and Jacqueline to be doing, and Commissioner Hughes, to be doing a great job, which I think you have, and I am grateful for this report, and let's move forward, and I totally agree we need to work at the legislative level, because we do need a statewide initiative, but we're the county and we can only take care of what we have to take care of. We're not a business, we're a county government facility that tries to protect the health and safety of our constituents, and I believe that this is a way to protect the health and safety of our constituents. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So staff will proceed to legal for further review and feasibility amongst staff, and then at a later date bring forth a more formal proposal.
Not too late.
Not too late, of course.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the
Yes,
commission.
and good to see you.
You too. Appreciate it.
Okay, that takes us to matters of public concern. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak on matters of public concern that are not related to our public hearings that are later? Do you have anybody online who wants to speak to matters of public concern, Daniel?
Madam Chair, we have 2 people online.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Our first speaker, Madam Chair, is Carol Culver.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name's Carol Culver and I live in El Dorado. I'd like to comment briefly on something Commissioner Hamilton said today during the discussion of the Renewable Energy Projects resolution. She mentioned necessary trade-offs involved in renewable energy projects. My understanding of the term trade-off is that it means you have to give up something you don't really want to give up in order to get something that you do want. And I want to emphasize that in the case of the currently proposed Rancho Viejo commercial solar project, with respect to the fire risk posed by a proposed lithium-ion battery storage facility, trade-off isn't really necessary. It's not necessary to site a battery storage facility of a type that is a known fire hazard in a dry, windy environment surrounded by thousands of residences. The battery storage facility could be sited elsewhere, away from the solar generation facility in a safer location. And it's also not necessary to use lithium-ion batteries for storage when other types of batteries have been developed that do not pose as great a fire risk. So I hope the board and the staff will consider these things when reviewing the current application for the Rancho Viejo project. Regarding the resolution passed today, a question I'd like to get an answer to is whether the conditions laid out in the resolution would apply to the Rancho Viejo solar application, or whether it is meant for future projects only. And if the resolution does apply to the Rancho Viejo project, will other experts be consulted in addition to Terracon, the firm currently reviewing the application? I'll be contacting my Commissioner Hank Hughes and the board staff with these questions. Please don't let the county be another governmental entity that creates a fire hazard in our dry and windy environment here in northern New Mexico. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. Next, Daniel.
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Camilla Brahm.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I have a few open-ended questions I'd like to make. First, since it's been determined by the since it's been determined that the SLDC and this newly adopted resolution are adequate for review of any utility scale renewable facility and or battery energy storage facility, I would like to know which person or persons in our county possess the knowledge and the expertise regarding these facilities, which I presume would be required in order to decide on what specific experts will be hired and to what detail or extent. And even though experts will be hired, given there's no ordinance in place as a guide to review these sort of applications, I would presume a few individuals would need a comprehensive understanding of these facilities, since they'll be the ones determining what all needs to be reviewed by outside sources. To me, it seems a lot more feasible, including monetarily, to have appropriate regulations in place now, so there's a foundation to assess these types of applications and then hire experts as needed. Another question I would like to know the answer to at a future time is what amount of time was given up until now in providing education to the county staff and county officials regarding utility scale solar facilities and battery energy storage systems? I also am curious, is Santa Fe County required to have a certain amount of renewable megawatts by a certain timeline? Because the elephant in the room that keeps getting shoved under the rug is addressing responsible siting of these utility scale facilities and battery energy storage facilities because of the risk they pose, including the long-term impacts. And I agree we need to address renewables as soon as possible because of the climate crisis, but I don't believe a 6-month moratorium to put regulations in place would result in negatively impacting the climate crisis overall, but it would protect the public better and preserve our areas that do not need to be used as of yet for these types of facilities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Camila.
Mhm.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Chair, I don't see any other users indicating that they'd like to speak.
And I don't see anybody in the audience who wants to speak. So I'm going to close matters of public concern and go on to item 9, matters from the county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Just a reminder that our Strategic Planning Summit is set for this Thursday and Friday from 8 a.m. To 5 p.m. Here in the Commission chambers. In addition, looking further ahead, the Santa Fe County and City of Santa Fe are supporting the upcoming New Mexico Outdoor Economics Conference, which is slated to be held in Santa Fe this year from Monday, October 23rd through Wednesday, October 25 at the Santa Fe Community Convention Center. Our Economic Development Division, again, is involved with and supporting the event, and all county commissioners are invited to register to attend. I did want to confirm for the board and public that S&P Global Ratings has recently issued its highest bond rating, AAA rating, for our new issuance of general obligation bonds, which should be sold next week. And in addition, in doing so, the S&P confirmed its AAA bond rating on our outstanding debt. There are many factors that go into such ratings, but the S&P specifically noted, amongst other things, the county's robust financial policies, as well as its very strong institutional framework, and high budget oversight. So as with most things that go well at the county, that all starts with the board. And so I did want to acknowledge the leadership that you show in those areas. Looking forward to the month of October, we are trying to plan a site visit for the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System. The primary beneficiaries of that are the federal delegation upon whom we'll rely to continue to provide the necessary and largest share of the construction cost, which is from the federal government. If you are interested in attending that site visit, please let Sarah know so that we can try and coordinate schedules. Again, we'll do our level best to coordinate everybody's schedule. That won't be an official meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, as we won't be formulating or discussing public policy, but we may have to notice it so the public knows that quorum may be present. But again, the drivers and long poles in the tent would be our federal delegation, but if you are interested in attempting to attend, please let Sarah Smith know. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Next, I'll go on to item 10, matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Okay, Commissioner Hamilton doesn't. Next, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few things, and I'll start from the Edgewood conversation, and I'll say it's simple enough, but more complicated to actually execute, in that the town of Edgewood would very much like to, so I had a meeting with community members and people who are aspiring to run for town council, as well as school board members, and wondering how they can best partner with the county in helping leverage support for the people of Edgewood. And one of those items that did come up, as we know, we have a shortage of sheriffs. Staffing is an issue for every department, and it doesn't fall short, it happens for our sheriffs as well. So they have one sheriff in the town of Edgewood, and there is an opportunity down the road. This is part of the RECC, and at the time it's appropriate, would need to evaluate the work, what is it called, the agreement that we have, the Joint Powers Agreement, the JPA, that's what I was looking for, with the city of Santa Fe, the Santa Fe County, and the town of Edgewood, so that they could possibly receive monies that they get for something else and put another person in their law enforcement. From there, I will take to the community of Galisteo. We had a meeting on the 11th of September. They will be looking for support in some way, shape, or form to address the traffic issue. The state has put, at this point, better than $1 million into road improvements just outside of the town on both sides that has every potential to increase traffic through the community. What is being increased are these large semi-trucks because there is a new oil station, filling tank station that is being used, and what the community of Edgewood referred to it as the Galisteo is the 9-minute. The 9-minute answer is to just go 9 minutes in the other direction, but they're not. They're going right through the town of Galisteo, increasing the traffic right through these buildings that are several hundred years old. So we're working with both Representative McQueen and Senator Stefanik. They're asking of our county to possibly put cameras which don't have any type of criminal efficacy, if you will. So there's a lot going on there. So there's a big concern there. Next would be the request, as I've mentioned earlier, as we're going into the strategic planning season and making sure that our conversations about the Arts Commission stays up front in our acknowledgement of its ability to just really build on the strength of what this area has always been able to live off of, frankly, when it comes to tourism, is our arts culture. So that has been a conversation, and finally got the daily emails on reminding me that this is important, and I'm letting everyone know this is very important to people in District 3, for one. As well, we have the issue of enforcement. I was at a meeting not this past Saturday, but the Saturday prior in La Cienega, the community breakfast, and it was Senator Stefanik who was speaking when the issue of concern, we all saw it in the newspaper that there was an arrest. 7 people were arrested in La Cienega. It was tied to automobile theft and drug sales, and shortly thereafter, a few of the people who had been arrested were right back at the house. And the question was, what can we do about enforcement? So we recognize again that the Sheriff's Department has been understaffed, but there again, the question came and it continued to progress into code enforcement. And our ability to have someone who's paying attention in our communities, that if something is done and it's not supposed to be, what type of code enforcement is the county providing to assure that illegal structures, stuff done without approval, pre-approval, and I will quote one of the individuals in the group on the kindest thing he said was, "You need to tear those damn things down. They did not have permits. Why are we letting this happen?" And I won't say any of the other things that were just very difficult to hear in what people are seeing. If you have a problematic ordinance, then you need to fix the ordinance and tell people to tear these down. So that was part of the conversation there, and I understand that we are mostly work with a complaint-driven process. So if people complain, then we have the ability to do something, and it's difficult to, we don't have the, the satellites roaming around and looking at how things changed, and in some cases we do. So To that end, it was very much a big issue of concern at that meeting, and we will be having a meeting with, there will be a town hall given that conversation with Senator Stefanik and Representative Chandler for La Cienega, and on the same end with Galisteo, it wasn't called a town hall, but it will be a community meeting with McQueen and Stefanik in Galisteo. So those were the big issues. And then the next one is the request that I've made to have a report from the Water Advisory Committee, who has a working plan, I understand, that just given that Commissioner Green and I are pretty new, and I would talk to people about the water issues, given the great concerns, again, specifically in the La Cienega area, the Santa Fe River, et cetera, and what the Water Advisory Committee provides to the county as far as advice. We've all received a letter requesting various, I want to say services, if you will, things that they would like to see happen, but I need to understand more of what their priorities are, how they're going to measure it. So how did they establish those priorities? What is the need? What are the metrics for addressing that need? And how will they know that they've satisfied that? And to that end, also having the conversation of, and maybe providing the opportunity to provide them with some direction as we look at wastewater and drinking water and their interest in conservation. But I'm also saying, well, we can look at conservation, but what about reclamation and those resources? So I've asked that they provide a report to the BCC at the earliest possible meeting, since it's been now a month since I've made that request, and I'd like to see if we can all get on the same page, since we do have an advisory committee that we should be able to work with in getting some of those recommendations for how we can better improve and understand our water management in a more communal sort of way, if you will. So those are the issues that I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you. One of my items was also the Water Policy Advisory Committee. Given the letter that they sent us, I think it would be appropriate for them to present to us in person, so we haven't heard from them, I don't think, in person since I became a commissioner, so it's probably about time we heard from them, and then we could get a better idea of what their ideas are and how we might want to incorporate those. The only other thing I want to mention is on October 5th in the evening, we're doing another evacuation planning meeting in my district, this time on the Rancho Viejo side at the Rancho Viejo Fire Station. And this one we will be broadcasting on WebEx so that people don't have to come. The space in the fire station is limited, as was our space in El Dorado where we had overflow. And so hopefully the people who want to come in person will have room for them, and everybody else can watch online. And that we appreciate Assistant Chief Martin Vigil for doing these excellent presentations, which really help people understand what they can do to protect themselves and their property. And that's it for me.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned at the Housing Board, but now for more public consumption out here, the La Vista del Rio apartment complex up in Espanola that we've spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to put into a preservation mode of the low-income housing up there has found a new owner. The new owner has limited experience in these types of projects, and so while they are locally based from the Espanola Valley and say that they have the best of intentions, they also may not have the ability. So we're cautiously optimistic, and the coalition from Espanola, Rio Arriba County, Santa Fe County, and our congressional delegation and Project Moxie are all standing by to help them see how they can preserve the project, at least at a minimum for the 17 families that are in the project right now that are heavily subsidized housing and have nowhere to go if they close this project down. They are all under an 180-day lease right now that may or may not be extended. So come next March, we will be seeing whether these new landlords want to preserve the situation for these folks. We are doing everything we can to hold the USDA accountable. We had a phone call with the USDA, our delegation from Washington, from Senator Heinrich's office, Senator Lujan's office, and from Representative Leisure Fernandez's office, brought the USDA to a conference call, but too little too late. They sort of disingenuously said that they would look into finding a way to, look at the sale of the project, but it turns out the project had already been sold, and so they were not being very straight up with us at the time. It was very disappointing, and we have some legal aid groups looking at trying to help the past, present, and future tenants of those 88 units that in the Espanola area that are now being taken out of the low-income rental stocks, how we can help those families, past, present, and future. On a better note, broadband, as you know, that is one of my little pet areas of focus. Last week, I went down to Albuquerque for a State of New Mexico Office of Broadband Accessibility and Expansion meeting. In a room full of about 80 people. I was the only elected official in the room. It was mostly a few broadband officers from some communities, but mostly private providers, either construction providers or ISPs or other incumbents in the world. And so they were there discussing about the BEAD process, and the BEAD is the federal funding that New Mexico got $675 million for. And we at Santa Fe County are trying to organize ourselves to be ready for some of that funding. And so there's many ways to do it, and some communities are going for BEAD funding on their own, and some communities are doing it in partnership with some ISPs. And so this is something that we need to create a broadband plan in the next few months. The timeline sort of appears that we have about 6 months to put our plan together at this point. So the good news is that part two of this conversation of broadband is that the county has organized a task force, and this task force has met a few times, and I just went to the first meeting that I was invited to, and it had members of the Community Development Department, IT, Elections, and Public Works, and it is also, there is a new VISTA volunteer that has taken the broadband topic on to review issues and opportunities for this space. Currently, the main focus has been focusing on county broadband for our own facilities, but as the planning goes on, I think we're going to be able to expand this to not only county facilities, but also community broadband so that we can go after BEAD funding that is mostly going to be from federal funding, public safety and cell tower networks, and then also partner collaboration to include ReadyNet and other jurisdictions that are around us that we need to coordinate and collaborate with. Lastly, following and being inspired, we've already talked about this a little bit in the past, and now I think it's time to put a resolution to put our money where our mouth is. I hope to be bringing a resolution forward to develop a strategic housing initiative where we would create these small infill projects to just like the one that we saw for the North Central Regional Transit District that would house key county workforce to include first responders, medical workers, education workers, and administrative staff. This can collaborate with the school districts in Santa Fe as well as in Pojoaque, as they already have some money set aside to do this, and I think that we would be a great partner to collaborate on this for our own staffing needs. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. So I will run over my issues and ideas. So first, September 30th is Coffee and Tea Under the Trees, and Jennifer Labar Tapia from the film office is my guest, and she will be discussing all things film in Santa Fe County. And then we'll also be discussing strategic planning, so people will be able to ask questions and talk about that. I want to thank all the commissioners, Green, Bustamante, and Hamilton for attending the 2 Mile Pond meeting that happened a week or so ago. The 2 Mile Pond is in Commissioner Hamilton's district. I sit on the River Commission for the City of Santa Fe, and it was a very interesting discussion to hear people's concerns about what is happening and how it happened, and the preservation of a riparian wildlife area and how important it is to the whole ecosystem of the Santa Fe River. I also had the ability to go and visit the West Alameda Culvert Project. Commissioner Green came with me. We got to see the progress on the culvert project on West Alameda. It is moving forward. It is a big project with a lot of riffraff and lining of the channel with rocks, and it was good to see the concrete and the headers and footers, or whatever you want to call them, that are put in the road to protect it and widen that area as they move forward. Both Commissioner Green and I attended the MPO quarterly meeting, which was with DOT and a number of other state representatives, Metropolitan Planning Organization, and Commissioner Green and I have a meeting with Secretary Cerna from DOT on October 5th to discuss about funding for the county. So I think I would like to hear from other commissioners about big projects that you know that DOT has it could work on in your district, so that we can bring that up with Ricky Cerna, who is the Secretary of DOT. On that same note, I had a conversation with Brent about the traffic study, to do a traffic study on La Tierra that affects both Commissioner Green's district and mine. It is overly impacted and is a failing roadway. And what was very interesting about it is that we have a lot of easement area on La Tierra, that we could be able to do a good traffic study to figure out how to put bike lanes, how to widen that road, how to improve pedestrian access. And this came about because one of my constituents in the La Tierra Nueva area, which is further up the road, is a little freaked out about what did you call that, what you're doing with Martin? Evacuation of Las Campanas. Las Campanas is pretty well set in with their residents on how to evacuate, but it is the surrounding neighborhoods that don't always get all the information that Las Campanas HOA works on. So I had this conversation with Brett and about what we could possibly do on La Tierra and how much room it has. And it really does need some attention because it is failing. Finda del Sendera, we do have money to do some study on that, but if we could add in that roadway, I mean, I think that's another item. There's a number of items to talk to Secretary Cerna about, and I hope that Public Works Director Snyder and PJ will give me a list of, and Manager Schaefer will give me a list of roadways that we could talk to DOT about. Let's see. As far as Commissioner Bustamante, we do have a serious problem. We need more code enforcement. The 2500 Lopez Lane in Agua Fria has been blowing up. We have been having shootings and blowing up literally with explosions at that property, and it is really serious, and things need to be moving forward with our lean and clean ordinance. We need to get rid of those buildings. We need to have that area demolished and cleaned up. And, you know, part of the problem that we do have is that we have a catch and release law, and I think that is something that we need to talk to the legislatures about, our representatives, and making sure that they realize how dangerous this is. On Saturday, I attended the Agua Fria Mutual Domestic Water Meeting, their annual meeting. Myself, Senator Rodriguez and Representative Lujan were both there, and we talked about how important it is to get sewers in the village, and that by getting sewers in the village, we are protecting the groundwater, therefore we are protecting the mutual domestic, which has wells all over Agua Fria. And so that was one of the big topics of conversation at the mutual domestic. This weekend, the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area hosted a culture and creative art show at Los Luceros, and it was very well attended by all the artists. We had artists from all 8 northern pueblos and the Jicarilla Apache Nation, plus a number of Spanish artists from Española, Rio Arriba, Truchas, and throughout the entire heritage area. Secretary Garcia y Griego attended, which was an honor to have her there, and Lieutenant Governor Howie Morales made certificates for all of the artists, recognizing their contribution. And so it was his liaison, Martina C. DeBaca, was there presenting those. Los Luceros was really important to Governor Bill Richardson. It was bought during his administration, and I had the honor of being able to attend his funeral, which was a really moving experience at the Basilica. I was completely moved by the Jemez Pueblo beginning of the ceremony, where there was this low drum beating and rose as they came into the cathedral. And the whole ceremony was incredibly meaningful, and being able to see President Clinton give the eulogy for Governor Richardson was very moving. I want to thank Governor Richardson for everything that he did for the state of New Mexico, and especially for the purchase of Los Luceros, which is a really beautiful historic site. And then I'll end on a happy note. I was a speaker at the Vladam Contemporary Art Museum in the morning before it opened. We had a ribbon cutting, and Secretary Garcia y Griego invited me to speak on behalf of the county on the board of directors. I was honored to be able to say a few words, but the most impressive part of being in the museum and seeing the artwork was that a number of my colleagues and artists are represented in the museum. It is local artists from New Mexico. Susan York is a neighbor. Erica Wanamaker is a constituent that lives up the road. I've known Larry Bell and Ron Cooper from Taos for the last 40 years. Anna photographed them and photographed Harmony Harmon. And, you know, it was, the artwork is really beautiful, and I highly recommend everyone make an effort to go and see the show. It is impressive light and shadow show. So I think that that's it. I'm sure there's more, but I look forward to seeing all of you on September 30th at Reunity Resources for my coffee and tea. And we will go next to other elected officials. Yvonne, do you have anything from the clerk?
We just want to remind everybody that the regular local election is starting in 2 weeks. And so if anybody has any, is looking for any information about the election, we encourage them to go to the Santa Fe County Clerk's website.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we can go on to matters from the county attorney.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I defer to you whether you want to go into executive session at this point or have public hearings. I could read off the executive session if you like.
I think we're going to go into executive session. We've been sitting here since 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And I think that everyone up here could use a break.
Okay, sounds good. So I would ask that we go into executive session to discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units as allowed by Section 10-15-1H5. Threatened or pending litigation which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant is allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 and MSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights is allowed by Section 10-15-1H8 and MSA 1978. And those items specifically include potential disposition of surplus office space, potential acquisition of combination office and warehouse space, Emmons versus Santa Fe County, U.S. District Court, District of New Mexico, case number 123-CV-00588. State of New Mexico versus Carolyn Flores, that's in Santa Fe County Magistrate Court, case number M-49MR-202300-272. And finally, discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations concerning AFSCME 1413M. I don't anticipate it'll take a whole lot of time, even though there are 5 items on the agenda.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session to discuss those items just outlined by the county attorney.
And I'll second that.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. May I please have a roll call vote?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camilla Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. So I apologize for the delay to everyone in the audience. We will be back here as soon as possible, half hour to 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate.
Can I have a motion to come out of executive session, please?
I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session stating that no decisions were made and only things that were on the agenda were discussed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. We will go on to item 12, public hearings. Case A 23-5110, Miguel Hernandez variance appeal. Miguel Hernandez appellant is appealing the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's final order requesting a variance request. The appellant requests a variance from a setback requirement illustrated in the SLDC section 9.8. The 1.2 acre property is zoned as residential estate within the La Cienega and La Cienega Community District overlay. That's all I'm going to read. Okay. Then I'm going to turn it over to Jose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jose Larrañaga, Building Development Services Supervisor. On August 29, 2023, an appeal by Mr. Miguel Hernandez of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission order denying a variance from the setback requirements illustrated in SLDC Section 9.8 was presented to the Board of County Commissioners. The BCC, having heard testimony from the appellant, tabled case number 23-5110, Miguel Hernandez variance appeal, so that the appellant would have the opportunity to reach an agreement with the neighbors concerning a lot line adjustment, therefore avoiding the proposed variances. The appellant has reached out to the property owner to the north of his property in an effort to create a lot line adjustment. The lot line adjustment would allow the garage attached to the existing residence to meet the 50-foot setback. The appellant has hired a surveyor to survey the two properties and create a plat for the lot line adjustment. The property to the north and to the east of the appellant's property is owned by Mr. Ramon Polanco. On July 21st, 2016, Mr. Polanco was granted a variance by the Planning Commission to allow a residence to be placed within the 50-foot setback. Mr. Polanco has constructed two structures without permits on his property sometime after 2019. These structures do not meet the setback requirements. Mr. Polanco agrees to dismantle those structures. The appellant has reached out to the property owner to the south of his property in an effort to create a lot line adjustment so that the detached garage would meet the setback requirements. The property owner to the south does not want to adjust the property line. Upon several inspections on Mr. Hernandez's property, it was also observed that he was operating a construction business on the property. A code enforcement officer has cited Mr. Hernandez for running a business without a proper county business license. And I'd like to add to that, Mr. Hernandez has cleaned up, and the code enforcement officer was out there yesterday and has taken photos, so he had like 2 trucks for his business there, and we'll move those out. Planning Commission, hearing officer, and Building and Development Services staff reviewed the variance application for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and found that the facts presented do not support the request for a variance to allow 2 structures to encroach into the required setbacks. The current setbacks of the structures do not meet the standards of the SLDC, section 9.8.3.6.5.c. A previous variance was approved on the property to the north of the appellant's property, allowing a 25-foot setback for a residence. With a lot line adjustment, the appellant will be able to meet the required setback at 50 feet. It is recommended that the lot line adjustment be completed to reduce or eliminate the need for a variance for the attached garage. The detached garage is set back 25 feet from the property line, and a lot line adjustment is not possible. The appellant proposes to cut 4 feet off the structure, making the setback 25 feet from the property line. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners deny the appellant's or applicant's appeal of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's final order denying a request for a variance to allow 2 structures to be within the required setbacks of the SLDC. If the Board of County Commissioners finds that the lot line adjustment could meet the 50-foot setback to be reduced to 25 feet for the attached garage, and the proposed 25 feet setback for the detached garage is a minimal easing, and finds the variance request has met the variance criteria, staff recommends the following conditions be imposed. 1, Mr. Hernandez shall submit development permit applications for all structures that are currently unpermitted on the property. And 2, the lot line adjustment shall be submitted prior to a development permit application so that the attached garage is 25 or 50 feet setback from the new property line. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as a part of the hearing record. I'd like to note that Exhibit 6 is a 2019, 2021, and a current aerial of the site. And Exhibit 7 is the appellant's letter requesting this, and a draft of the proposed lot line adjustment to the property to the north of Mr. Hernandez's property. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Jose. So I just want to be clear. He got a lot line adjustment for the property with the attached garage, right?
Madam Chair, that's incorrect. The neighbor, Mr. Polanco, the property to the north of him, where he's negotiating now a lot line adjustment, he got a variance back in 2016 to be within the setback requirements of 50 feet for his dwelling. And you'll see that if you look at the aerial for that, you'll see Mr. Polanco's property when he built.
So in 2016, the neighbor to the north got a variance. It's a little complicated, I'm sorry. I've looked at all of these.
So that would be Exhibit 6, page 54.
I'm on 52. Okay, so we're at Las Estrellas Road North, this building and the blue outline, he got a 25-foot
Yes,
variance.
Madam Chair, yes, there was a variance issued or approved to be within the setback area up to 25 feet. And so that's where he placed his dwelling. That particular lot, the L-shaped lot, is only 100 feet in width. So he needed to go, he received the variance in 2016, and this shows it on the 2019 aerial with the dwelling. Mr. Hernandez's property is the one with the blue roof.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. No questions from the board? I need to do a public hearing, so.
Madam Chair, Mr. Larrañaga, were any of the recommendations followed through on from the last meeting?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, the recommendation was to see if he could do a lot line adjustment to meet the 50-foot setback. So that page 59 is a very preliminary drawing of a survey so that they can move the lot lines.
And that is underway?
Yes, if
That's under contract, it's moving forward?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, I don't know if I know Salvi Hill is a surveyor. We've met through WebEx a couple of times and discussed this. And, but he will do, I guess he's in contract. He's already done these preliminary drawings.
Thank you.
Okay, and then he agrees to cut, Mr. Hernandez agrees to cut off 4 feet off of the building, I guess, to the south, or the one with the white trailer in front of it? And then that meets...
Madam Chair, yes, that's what he's proposing, that he would cut 4 feet. It is a metal building, so
Okay.
I would say that's possible.
Okay. And then he's in compliance?
Madam Chair, he would
Compliance?
be within 25 feet. The setback is 50 feet.
It doesn't really look like the lot has enough room for 50 feet.
Again, as mentioned in the original report when it first came to the board, this lot here was 5 acres, or 2.5 acres, I'm sorry. 2.5 acres, they came in under the wire to create a small lot family transfer, which was allowed in the 1996 code. And then the SLDC came into play with the La Cienega Overlay District, implementing more stringent setbacks.
But everybody else around here has a 25-foot setback, it looks like.
Madam Chair, prior to the SLDC, it was a 5-foot setback pretty much across the county.
Okay. 50 seems a little excessive in this area, but anyhow. Other questions from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair. There's mention of the lack of a county business license. Is that something that can be corrected by buying a county business license, or is this kind of business not allowed in that area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, as mentioned before in the report, when I read that he was running a business, code enforcement did go out there. I have photos. He's pretty much cleared out anything that resembles a business except for a couple of trucks, and he'll move that. Now, if he wants to store 2 trucks in there, we'd have to analyze it, but he may be able to qualify for a home business, not with all the equipment and material that he had on there before, but just to have a couple of trucks there, he probably can qualify for a low impact.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to make that a requirement?
Madam Chair, that's up to the board if they'd like to make a.
Okay,
If
I
he-
need to do a public hearing. So, is there anybody from the public who would like to make a comment on this case? Well, I guess, aren't you with, I should have gone to
I'm
you
sorry, I
first.
am with them, ma'am. You asked the public, I'm sorry.
No, he's with the client. So, I can let him speak. Can I just leave public comment open? let him speak, or do I need to close it and then reopen it?
Madam Chair, I would say that the applicant's representative, I believe this is, can certainly speak at this point, and then you can open up the public hearing for public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As we come here tonight, based of close to 30 days ago, what was offered to my client, Mr. Hernandez, was to see if we can come with some kind of agreement that was mentioned here tonight with the adjoining neighbors regarding some kind of an easement with an affidavit. And Commissioner, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you for that suggestion. It's something that they hadn't looked at, and something that you all approved for us to look at that, and we did, to a point that we talked to both adjoiners, as they said. The one on the north, which is the structure where we need the 50 feet, he's amenable to this. We went further on more to do our due diligence, just to make sure, because this could cloud a title as well if we were to do something like this. So we went to talk to title company about this to see what happens if we did some kind of an affidavit easement, or if we did a lot line adjustment. What happens to the cloud if we're moving this, if there's lenders involved? So what we did is I talked to Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Polanco and asked them who their lenders were, and lo and behold, their lenders were the same entity, was the State Employees Credit Union here in Santa Fe. So we reached out to them, met with them, and talked to them and see if they had any objection to what they were trying to do, and explained what they want to try to do to make sure that didn't cloud the mortgage. And now we're really into a big old fiasco. And we, they want to do things the right way, and that's why they're doing their due diligence and even stepped out of the box and did further what they wanted to do. They didn't have a problem with it. They said, as long as we keep it at the acre and a quarter, as you're going to give some property to the north, from Polanco's going to give to Hernandez, and then in the back end, reimburse that and make it the equality the same as 1 1/4. And then after that's said and done, Mrs. Vigil says, then make sure that it's, of course, accepted by the county and agreed and signed, and all documents signed and recorded, of course, and bring us that document, and we'll just put that in the file. So we're fine with that north side as far as an lot line adjustment. Since then, Mr. Hernandez has hired Sal Vigil, who is a local surveyor, to do it. We visited him with him 3 times already. We had a meeting with Jose and him with the entities on site with the internet. So what happened is, after they looked at it, they found out that if they could do the 40 feet, that wouldn't be a problem. And Mr. Polanco on the north side, who is here tonight, is agreeable to do that lot line adjustment to give him the 50-foot setback on that side. I don't know if you read the letter that we put together. There was another solution. I don't know. I mean, that's one solution of the 50 feet that he would comply. The other solution is, if you would grant us on the lot line adjustment, give 25 feet plus the 10 feet he has, so give him 35 feet. So if you would give him 35 feet, he'd need a 15-foot variance. What that does for Mr. Polanco now, he only has 105 feet across, okay, so width. So if we do the 50 feet, and now that leaves him 50 from the 105, it's not going to leave him nothing, so he can't build anything with 50-foot setbacks right now. So he's done there in the front, can't do anything. But if you were to do the 25 feet, that would be 25 on each side. That'd be 50 feet, less the 105 feet. That'd leave him 65 feet. So therefore, that would give him some room in the middle to build now, or to apply at the county to do what he needs to do. So giving Mr. Hernandez 35 feet, a variance, a lot line adjustment, will give him a total of, his 10 feet, but 25 feet will give him 35 feet, 25 from Polanco. That would give Polanco a little bit more property to build what he wants to do. Now, if that's not the case, the last solution I was going to talk about is that if you just leave the 50 feet in place, and Polanco gives the 40 feet, that if you can go ahead and allow Polanco to have the 25-foot setbacks as you had already in the past for him in the front because it's so narrow, that'll leave him, I believe, 15 feet. If you just leave it alone and grant him the 25 feet, that'll leave him 15 feet wide times the length of the duration of the property for him to build. So that's, I guess, what we're asking. But as far as coming with a variance of the 50 feet, I think we have that we can comply. But for sake of argument for Mr. Polanco, so if we can give him a little bit room, if we can go ahead and grant him the 25-foot setbacks instead of 50-foot setbacks, that's going to give him a little bit more room to do what he wants to do. Up for questions.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you for going through this exercise. I'm a visual guy. This is a plan, a visual exercise at the end of the day.
Yes.
Do you have a drawing of that? Do you have plan A, plan B, plan C?
There's on page 59.
You give it to him? Okay.
There's a
I
visual
have
drawing.
50, I only go to 56. Oh, there, okay, I see, yep.
Okay. So there's a drawing
Thank you.
I believe.
So it basically turns Mr. Polanco's lot into a flag lot and gives him a deeper lot in the back, but behind everything.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I found it.
And is that compliance?
I saw it before.
And if I may, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Bustamante, you brought up a question. Have they got into an agreement and have they, signed off and done this and that? Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, it's not an agreement. They've agreed upon it, but they don't want to exercise it because if they get denied here, why do that and spend all that money for all that? And it's be like redundant work if you have to do it again. But if you guys, if you all commissioners approve this, then they're moving forward, and then we're going to get that lot line adjustment, work with land use, get all signatures, get the Mylar sign, and get that recorded.
Madam Chair, I'm clear on that. Thanks.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So this, what I have in my hand, is what your preferred?
Yes, that's the 40-foot setback, the lot line adjustment that's proposed. That's the one that will comply at the 50 feet. The other one with the letter that I proposed, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, would give the solutions that I'm talking about. Like if we would grant Mr. Hernandez, not to be redundant, but if we grant him, instead have him give him a, let's say Mr. Polanco gives him 25 feet. If he gives him 25 feet, he'll have 35 feet because he has 10 feet to the property line. So that leaves an extra 15 feet for Mr. Polanco to do what he needs to do. So that'd give him 30 feet to do what he needs to do, provided you...
This example?
No, ma'am. No, that's just the 40-foot one.
Sorry, Madam Chair. So which one is the preference?
The preference, ma'am,
would be...
I'm sorry,
The 40-foot setback is the preference. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's the actual complied 50 feet one would be the one that I gave you. If the other ones just don't make sense, the other ones would preferably be like a win-win for Mr. Polanco as well and Mr. Hernandez to give Mr. Polanco a little bit more open than this 15 feet. Give him now the 30 feet, and then he can build 30 feet. If we can just do the 25 feet, 35 feet. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm confusing you, ma'am. I know. I'm sorry.
Do you have
I'm sorry.
a drawing of it?
No, we don't have a drawing.
But Madam Chair, if you write the notes on the little white corner, it helps.
So the 40 feet basically is what we want to do is, let me read my letter. Maybe it makes sense. Let me read my letter. Where's my letter? Did you submit my letter?
Is it the September 13th letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If we can go like almost to the middle of the page where it says another solution. It says if you would grant us on the lot line adjustment 25 feet instead of the 40 feet, This will give me 35 feet instead of 50 feet. I need for me to comply. Therefore, I would need a variance approved by you for the 35 feet. Although this will give Mr. Polanco 30 feet wide to build now instead of 15 feet. And then attached is the zoning district LLCCD Res C, page 981, setbacks 3. In cases where setbacks requirements would prohibit development of a lot, the administrator may approve setbacks requirements in accordance with section 7.3. I am asking if this part of this regulation could help Mr. Polanco, and this is giving him the 25 feet instead of the 50 feet. So we also wanted to make sure by doing this, the lot line adjustment, that it would not convolute our loan, so we talk about the mortgage company as well. So in the top where it says another solution, it says, we are asking that on Mr. Polanco's property that you would consider him having 25-foot setbacks instead of 50-foot setbacks. He currently has 105 feet wide. By me taking 40 feet, that's Mr. Hernandez, from him, will leave him 65 feet. With 50-foot setbacks in place, he would have nothing to build on. With 25-foot setbacks, this will leave him 15 feet. That's provided the 40 feet we take from him. But if we only take, if you grant us the variance of 15 feet, that he gives us 25 feet, that is going to give him an extra 15 feet of 30 feet. So basically, we're asking for a variance here. The one that I showed you is the one that will comply. So this is comply to the 50 feet. The second one is the 30 feet. We can give him 30 feet if you comply, giving Mr. Hernandez a variance, therefore giving Mr. Polanco a bigger lot to build widthwise.
Okay, who wants to go first?
He can go first if you want. Yeah, go for it.
Hughes.
So I understand what's going on there, but what's going on with the lot to the south? Is that solved somehow?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, great question. So we talked to the neighbors to the south. He had a couple of discussions with him. Totally not agreeable to do anything. He's bought that for his family, and he's already done his wills and this and that. He doesn't. He says he was here the last meeting in support of the way it was. It wasn't affecting them. He's contiguous, right next to the property. He says, I'm fine the way it is. Other than that, I can't participate. Therefore, what Mr. Hernandez is recommending is he has 29 feet to the property line. He's asking if he shaves off 4 feet of the structure now, cuts it off completely, and makes it 25 feet to the property line. He's asking for a 25-foot variance on that side, sir.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, Commissioner Green.
So just as a sort of design and usability thing, the L-shaped lot of equal sizes didn't seem to be the best lot design I've seen in a long time. So it seems like the narrower flag pole and the deeper back portion, in my opinion, would be the better, more usable lot. One is more of a driveway, one is more of a buildable area. But you're saying that's not the preferable?
The preferable, as you say, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, is yes. I mean, from the back end, as we do the back end, and we're giving them more property, sure, that's going to be ideal for him.
Right.
So in the front here, this is like a driveway, if you will. That's basically all it's going to be used for. Yes, sir. But if we gave him a little bit more, the setback not be so, outrageous of 50 feet and maybe 25 feet, it can give him a little envelope of 15 feet or up to 30 feet if you granted 30 feet of a variance to Mr. Hernandez. Yes, sir. Yes. So it could be just used as a driveway coming in.
Madam Chair.
Which is being used today as a driveway.
Okay. So the 25-foot setback with the 35-foot variance is the preferred?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, I'm a little confused because this issue isn't about the neighbor. This is about the Hernandez property. Not about giving the neighbor a buildable lot or not a buildable lot. It's about whether the variances acceptable or not.
Well, we have, at the last meeting, we had them, we kind of linked them together.
Yes, but
by the easement and the changing lot line adjustment. So we kind of locked these two people together because of that. Am I wrong in saying that?
I think of them as two separate things, but, you know, they had two problems to solve.
And they still have two problems to solve.
Indeed. Can I ask a process question that's either going to be with the attorneys or the county manager or with Jose? Are we allowed to give a different variance without public notice and all these other things? Like, or does this all have to go back and then back?
Yeah, where are we, Jeff?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I think what we're getting at is that there are potentially a variance request from two different property owners, right? Or is that what you're?
No, I'm
Okay.
asking if the variance that we're going to grant is significantly different than what they applied for, does that mean it has to go back for all of that process?
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I mean, I think we were still within the confines of what we had discussed in what had been noticed previously. My point is that potentially, you know, Mr. Palenko, I think, would need to request a variance through the process, and if he is requesting a variance on his property, would be my point with that.
And you're saying that he would be required to have a variance with this solution here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, so what I'd be saying is that he would have to go through the variance process. So you could make whatever decision you have today contingent on him completing that process is what I would say, because we have not gone through the noticing process as it relates to that variance.
So should we table this again?
Why does the neighbor need the variance?
So as I understand it, I believe Mr. Palenko needs a variance. He'd be requesting a variance as well related to this.
Madam Chair, members of the commission and county attorney, they're trying to work amongst themselves what would be the best and more useful property for him. The one we have on the table here with this one that fits the setback, we're good. If they would grant this tonight, and they'd run with this. Okay, this would work. Therefore, the L shape, Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, would be utilized as a driveway typically to come in back to the house, and that's what is being utilized here today. Okay, because of the setbacks. We're just asking. It was just a solution. We're just asking, could it happen? If it can happen, they're amenable to that. It's fine the way it is, and it gives them nothing there.
So, Madam Chair, I feel like I'd like to, in understanding what we have before us and understanding what your request is, though I do understand that the garage, it would have to be a 25 or a 50-foot setback from the new property line. So if it were to be and I'm going to look to legal and the county manager for this one, a motion to allow Mr. Hernandez to submit after the fact permit application for all the structures currently unpermitted on the property, with the requirement to get the lot line adjustments submitted prior to the development permit application, so that the attached garage, so you have a 25-foot setback with a 25-foot setback from the new so the 25-foot setback.
Mm-hmm.
That's my motion. Is there anything else that I would have to address? That's for the property that we have evaluated. This is not worrying about an applicant's new...
This right here.
Yes.
We're accepting this.
Is that...
But you're accepting this with a 25-foot setback?
That with a 25-foot setback.
On Mr. Polanco's? Or on the same property, on the subject property?
I understand that we're hearing Mr. Hernandez's case today.
Okay, you mean,
So I'm
I got you.
I'm not looking to put any kind of variance or setback for Mr. Polanco's. I'm saying a 25-foot setback from the new property line.
Okay.
And that's what I understood, that's what I wrote here. And I'm not going with any type of variance with Mr. Polanco. We're not doing that at all. We're saying, and the recommendation from staff is that it would have to be a 25 or a 50-foot setback. And I'm understanding that it's adequate with a 25-foot setback. Am I understanding that correctly to the neighbor who we involved in our last meeting?
To Mr. Polanco?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, and he's here. So let me, if I make sure I'm hearing you correct, Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, we keep this in place of the 40-foot setback. We complies with the 50 feet.
Okay.
Okay. On Mr. Polanco's side, are we saying we grant him 25-foot setback instead of 50-foot setback to build in the future if he decides to?
I'm afraid if we're going to get him involved in this, we're going to have to go to another,
Okay, I understand. Okay,
recommendation.
that's what I want to
I don't
say.
have enough information. I don't believe that we're actually able to garner what's happening
I hear you.
with the other property owners'
Sounds
property.
understood.
So if I'm going to make that, if you're saying it's going to have an ill effect on Mr. Polanco, then we would say we would go with the 50-foot setback.
Okay.
Or we can
Understood.
table it. But that
Okay.
is the proposal
Okay.
on the table, would be the 25-foot, understanding that that was going to be agreeable to Mr. Polanco. But what you're asking is to go with a setback for one property owner and then the variance for the other property owner, which isn't what we have in front of us today. We have one property owner asking for a variance for something that was done without getting a permit.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, can you give me a minute just to talk to them real quick?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's up to Madam Chair.
Yes, of course.
Does this make sense? I don't want us to talk about Polanco. Yeah, this isn't anything to, yeah, so I'm just saying that we go with the 50-foot setback. But I was gonna go with the 25-foot setback because he's already screwed. Does that make sense? No. What's that? What do you think? Well, we can't involve Polanco. He's not being heard today. So I went with the. I went with the 25 because I think. I mean, that's because I understood. Otherwise, the guy's screwed. And that leaves it out of the Polanco world.
So, Jose, can we understand we're going with a 25-foot setback for Mr. Hernandez, okay? Is that clear? I'm trying to get, so what we're saying up here is we're going to go with a 25-foot setback, not a 50. Okay, is that clear?
Madam Chair, yes, that's clear.
Okay, so next I want to do a public hearing so that we can resolve this, okay?
Getting 25 feet.
25 on both sides.
Madam Chair, if I may, is the 25 feet for the attached garage where the lot line adjustment would take place and 25 feet for the detached garage where he's proposing to take 4 feet off of that to make it 25 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you don't need any.
Okay. So
Exactly.
I want to open public comment. Is there anyone here who wants to make public comment on the Hernandez case? Okay, I see no one who wants to make public comment. Is anybody monitoring anything online?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody online.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you for being here so late. Okay. I know. Okay, so public hearing is closed. Now, we're going to have a motion, because we couldn't have a motion before. So the motion is from what I understand from before, is that we're going with a 25-foot setback. And there was some conditions from staff. So I want to make sure that whatever the conditions were from staff, the garage is a 25-foot setback, and so is, both structures have a 25-foot setback. And Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Palazzo are going to work out the easement and lot line adjustment, correct? I see people shaking their heads. Okay? So I'm overviewing the motion. Is there anything else, Jose, you want in this motion?
Madam Chair, no, and with those conditions, they would have to do the lot line adjustment, process that, get it approved, and then come in for after-the-fact permits, so they meet the variance criteria of 25 feet.
Yes. Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second, but I have a question.
Okay, under discussion.
Yeah, I just wondered when the man who was speaking to us before went and talked to the people, is this what works for both landowners? Is this what Mr. Polanco wants? Because Commissioner Green and I think he's better off with the 50-foot, but we just want to make sure this is what everybody wants.
Yeah, push.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes. Yes, as we're coming here for this, and we understand that he understands that. And if we have to move something else for him and come back, then we will come back at that time. But they're agreeable and amenable to what is said and done here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. So, Jose, do you understand what we're doing? I'm going to read this when it comes back, and whatever when we do the final consent under consent. So, I know I've given you and Lizetta more work, but I think you can figure it out, right?
Madam Chair, yes, we'll get that final order as quickly as possible to you.
Okay. Thank you both very much. Okay, now we're going to go on to case number 2, or B, which is case 22-5211, LRA Growers LLC Conditional Use Permit Appeal. The concerned neighbors of 62 South Fork Extension appellant are appealing the Santa Fe County Planning Commission order allowing the cannabis producer micro business to cultivate cannabis plants outdoors. Okay, so that's all I'm reading, Jose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On July 11, 2023, an appeal by the concerned neighbors of 62 South Fork Extension of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission's order allowing a cannabis producer microbusiness to cultivate cannabis plants outdoors was presented to the Board of County Commissioners. The BCC, having heard testimony from the appellants and the applicant, tabled case number 22-5211, LRA Growers LLC Conditional Use Permit Appeal, so that the applicant and the landowners utilizing the road known as South Fork Extension would have the opportunity to reach an agreement concerning road maintenance. On August 10, 2023, Mr. Chris Andre, on behalf of the concerned neighbors of 62 South Fork Extension, requested to postpone case number 22-5211, which was scheduled to be heard by the Board of County Commissioners on August 29th, as 3 appellants would be out of state on August 29th and would not be able to attend the hearing. Staff contacted the applicant, and the applicant was amenable to extending the hearing date to September 26, 2023. On July 27, 2023, the appellant reached out to the property owners utilizing South Fork Extension by way of certified mail. There was no response from the property owners. On August 29, 2023, the applicant again reached out to the property owners utilizing South Fork Extension by way of SRFS, a mail delivery service. There was no response from the property owners. The letters from included a letter which stated, enclosed is a road maintenance agreement. This is not finalized but is intended to satisfy the needs of the affected property owners. Please respond within 7 days. The letter also included a draft road maintenance agreement. On August 21st, 2023, the applicant emailed the property owners utilizing South Fourth Extension. On August 6th, 2023, 2 of the property owners responded to the email. Planning Commission, hearing officer, and building development services staff reviewed this project for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and ordinance number 2021-03 and found the facts presented supported the request for a conditional use permit to allow a 4,225 square foot area for the purpose of producing cannabis. The use is compatible with the current development within the affected zoning districts. The use will not impact adjacent landowners, and the application satisfies the submittal requirements set forth in the SLDC, inclusive of conditional use criteria set forth in Chapter 4, Section 4.9.6.5. LRA growers reached out to the neighbors in regards to a road maintenance agreement as required by the BCC. The neighbors did not respond to the applicant's outreach, with the exception of 2 individuals responding to an email. The applicant has made an effort to comply with BCC's request. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners deny the appeal of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission final order regarding a conditional use permit to allow a cannabis producer micro business that will cultivate cannabis plants outdoors. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of the hearing record. Madam Chair, what was handed out to you was letters from the appellants that were received by me either Friday or Saturday or Sunday and yesterday. I do have another handout from the applicant. It's Lisaida's passing that out now. This documents are from the applicant. And I stand for any questions.
So the first question is, did you get a road agreement? Doesn't seem that there's a road agreement.
Madam Chair, there is no road agreement. You'll see some of the documents from the appellants with another road share agreement. But again, what the applicant demonstrated was they reached out to the appellants to try to get together and do a road share agreement, and there was no response. Of course, you'll see the documents from the appellants stating otherwise.
Mr. Young, I know that I have closed the public hearing, correct? So, but can the applicant not speak? Or the LL Growers?
Right. Madam Chair, as we had a presentation from staff, I would say that yes, the appellant would like to speak. Allow some time for that.
So the appellant is?
Believe in, it's the neighbors, I believe, in this case, right? Yes.
Okay. And if the
Applicant?
applicant wants to speak, they can also speak.
I would agree with that.
Okay. So this gentleman, you are the appellant? Okay. And you want to speak? Okay. Does he need to be sworn in?
Thank you, sir. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Turn your microphone on. There you go.
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Doug Spear. I live at 100B Pine West, and I am under oath. I need to correct some misinformation that's just been stated. First, by the applicant, and second, repeated by staff. So, the assertion that we did not respond is incorrect. We received from them an initial, what they called a proposal for a road agreement. It was simply a statement of existing expenses from the past. There was no road agreement per se there. They called it an existing road agreement, but there has never been a road agreement. Then we received a second email, letter. Many of the neighbors received letters through the mail that had a specific increase that the LRA growers were willing to make, which was $300 per year. So they took, I'm going to wait till you. They took an amount of money that was spent in the past, and they averaged it out, which is fine, and they suggested an amount each person who had paid for road maintenance in the past would pay, and they offered $300 more. On September 6th, we emailed a letter. We sent an email to Ms. Salenbean. It says, "Thank you for your patience regarding our response to your documents containing proposals for the South Fork Extension Road Agreement as pertaining to the cannabis outdoor cultivation by LRA growers. We had to work around some complicated work and life schedules of neighboring property owners. Attached, please find our proposal for the road agreement. This document is the result of the collective work of neighboring property owners. Please let us know your response to this proposal." I have this email, and you can see printed out is the icon of the PDF attachment that is represented by, that represents this road agreement that we sent to them. This is what we received back the same day. "Good evening, Chris. Thank you for your thoughtful reply. I will review the collective response and get back to the group. Thank you again, Jennifer." So she acknowledged on September 6th that she received a proposal from everyone. But to imply that she only received 2 responses, when we have always spoken collectively, we brought our case to you collectively, and we have been representing ourselves as the neighbors on South Fork Extension, and there has been no change to that. So it's a gross misrepresentation to suggest that only 2 people responded. On top of that, we didn't hear anything from them. 2 weeks went by, and we sent a follow-up email and said, I was wondering if Santa Fe Permits or LRA Growers had any feedback on the road agreement document we, group of neighbors on South Fork Extension, have sent on September 6th, 2023. Thank you. We didn't hear anything. The next day, well, actually, we did get this response. Hello, Chris. We are making an effort to create a road maintenance agreement with input from all of the neighbors. Thank you. And best regards, Jennifer. So all of a sudden, she's acting as if she didn't get a road agreement from all the neighbors, which she had already acknowledged 2 weeks before. On September 22nd, we followed up with an email. Thank you for your answer. We do agree that it is best to get consensus from all neighbors and have also made all efforts toward that goal. Our response to you, as mentioned in the email we sent on September 6th, represents a collective response developed and agreed upon by all those who participated as their work schedule permitted or consented to the collective representative representing them. Clearly, again, we point out that the entire group that has brought this case to you was involved in our proposal, and they did not respond. She writes back, unfortunately, I've not received a response to the original road maintenance agreement or the request for road maintenance invoices. She asked, evidently, for invoices from all past work, which was, as you can imagine, impossible to have come by. So we have a real conflict. We reached out on September 6th with a road agreement, thinking we would get a response and we could have a dialogue back and forth. And just to point out the differences, their road agreement called for a $300 increase by LRA growers in any given year for the damage to the road that they might cause. We responded with a percentage. Our percentage was within $100 or so of what they were offering. Their contribution, if we have a $1,000 expense for the road in any given year, the table that was devised several years ago to apportion the costs of maintenance was used as a basis, which they have used in their graph. We then suggested that there be an increase based on a percentage that we calculated based on wear and tear, the number of vehicles, all the kinds of things that we're all looking at. And our percentage suggested that he pay $439 versus $119, which his percentage would have been under the last time they did a maintenance on the road. That table is in our road agreement that we sent to them and that we had sent to staff. So that's an additional, out of $1,000, he would have paid $120. Now we're asking for $439, which is $320 more. They offered $300 for a similar kind of thing, only ours is just based on a percentage. So it's scalable. If we have a higher expense, then we can calculate a scalable amount that will satisfy the needs of everyone. So we think that we're very close to a road agreement, but no, we don't have one today. I think if they had engaged with us at all over the last 2 weeks, we could have probably hammered something out, but we didn't, because they did not engage with our proposal and claim that it's only from one person. So I would ask that we at least have a little more time to just talk about these two proposals. We're not that far apart. I don't know what other alternative we have. We strongly believe that if this is going to be granted, that one of the conditions of the CUP should definitely be that a road agreement is in place. It would be absolutely wrong to approve this without a road agreement, because at that point, there's no motivation to get it done. And this is a significant thing for our neighbors. So that's where we stand on the road agreement. And I do believe that what was represented is incorrect. It was coming from the applicant, and what staff repeated does not reflect what actually took place. I will be glad to give you all my documentation if you would like it.
Thank you. I think we have copies of all of this. I'm going to go to the applicant. Thank you.
Do we have these letters?
We have the road agreement.
I don't have those.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Jennifer Salambini.
Into the microphone.
Yeah. Jennifer Salambini, 51 Rito Guicu. I am under oath.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a lot to handle. I'm pleading for you to look at the facts. Mr. Spear doesn't even live on South Fork. He didn't even get he didn't get a copy of the road maintenance agreement because he doesn't live on South Fork. And I actually, on 7/27, sent certified mailings, which I have delivery confirmations, which are also in the report, that everyone did sign for them and received them on 7/27, which is approximately, the BCC had us, on 7/11, agree to come to an agreement. On 7/27, I initiated contact. I did a draft road maintenance agreement that said that this is, for you. I actually even have it for all of us to agree. So on 7/27, I started the dialogue. Did not hear anything back, and did receive proof that they all received the letters. I even said, this encloses a road maintenance agreement. This is not finalized, but is intended to satisfy the needs of the affected property owners. Please respond within 7 days. We look forward to receiving your feedback. Here is a copy of the draft road maintenance agreement that I provided to them with everyone's address so they could basically have a template to work off of. That was again sent on July 27th. After not hearing anything from anyone,
Do we have a copy of your road agreement?
it should be in the staff report. I saw it, but I have one that I'm happy to hand to you. But it should be in the report.
Okay.
Sorry. On August 9th, I sent a follow-up letter through a mailing service, first class, and I provided a cost projection graph that showed how we came to those amounts, or how we, just to kind of help them. No response. On August 21st, I sent an email to everybody with everything that I had already mailed. The first draft of the road maintenance agreement, follow-up letter, the graph on how we came to that, and everything else. No response. This was August 21st. September 6th, I finally hear something. And I acknowledge from two neighbors that they said that attached is a collective response. All it was numbers that basically wanted Jim to pay 44% more than the rest of the neighbors in the road. There was no maintenance agreement. It was just a bunch of numbers and calculations. But again, that was only from two people. It was not from the entire neighborhood. So I was waiting. My reply that said I am waiting for the rest of the neighbors was because I had only heard from two people. That was September 6th. Then they reach out again, and I've been very responsive. And and with nothing. We're here 2 months into this, and they have given us nothing. I am begging you to look at the facts. This Doug Spear, he's not even on the road. He doesn't even live on South Park. We have done everything required and asked of us. What are we trying to accomplish? We were asked to come up with a road agreement. Jim has agreed to pay an additional $300 along with his regular proportional payment. Their agreement suggests Jim pays 44.7% more than the rest of the neighborhood. We reached out on 7/27 with a draft road maintenance agreement. I have certified proof on 8/9 and 8/21 and heard nothing until 9/6 from only 2 people. 42 days, that was 42 days later. You can see in the staff report in the handout that we provided, it offers a quick reference into the timeline in which we've been trying to get somewhere with the neighbors. This was approved by the Planning Commission. The hearing officer recommended approval. Santa Fe County staff recommends approval. I'm begging you to please see this for what it really is. This is a personal attack. There are obvious intimidation tactics at play. No one was at the Planning Commission for another microgrow in the San Marcos overlay last week, and there are more applications coming down the pipeline. These are stall tactics by a select few who have gone on the radio and to the media to stop Mr. Harris from having a microgrow. They have spent all this time spreading misinformation. Their unwillingness to compromise is glaring. The more Mr. Harris gives, the more they take away. They perjure themselves and lie effortlessly. Again, I am begging you to please look at the facts and let this be done and let him get his conditional use, as we have done everything that has been asked for us.
So, you have agreed to pay $300 more above your regular payment for the road agreement.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner.
Are you willing to pay $320?
I will. Yes, he will.
Okay. Just because they're agreeing, like they want 36. Okay, 320 or 300, I don't care.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I think the percentage, so if there is extraordinary work that needs to be done because of a flood or something like that, it should be scalable. Whether it's at the lower amount or the higher amount, to me, doesn't matter, but it's a scalable, it could be $300, whatever that works out to be. That's a 30%.
Why do both pieces have to be scalable? The base agreement is what's scalable, and this is an overage on top of it. So why does it have to be scalable also?
Or just if
Because
there's a
it's not, because, there's minimal, frankly, all the evidence suggests there's minimal additional damage likely from, if there's minimal additional traffic. So, and they already pay a proportion, a scaled proportion of
It's because it's
road
all
maintenance.
based on a scale anyway, right? They did, everybody had a scale.
Everybody has a belly button too. What is that relevant to?
Well, apples and apples, but yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Well, I think the point is, if we want them to have a road agreement, they have to get together and figure out what the road agreement is. It sounds like they're close, but it also sounds like they're not talking to each other. So that seems to be the problem.
I don't know who. Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
It was a reasonable thing to say, if this was so important to the appellants, it was motivation to have a period of time to try to work on the road agreement. But the rest of the facts of why the conditional use permit are already known to us. So if they're motivated to finish the road agreement, I think everybody ought to be required to be adult and do it. I personally feel like to make a decision tonight and tell them, to finish the road agreement on their own time. That's my opinion.
I also would like to see a road agreement, but I also want to finish this, and I'm looking for staff's response.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion.
Well, I would like to add something first, because I think we got a letter from the San Marcos Association, which I think is more concerning to me, because we have in our packet a draft of what they're proposing for their overlay district, which would not allow cannabis in rural residential areas. So they're basically asking us not to grandfather in something that they don't want in this area. And in our cannabis regulation, we said we were going to allow the overlay districts to make up their own rules. And I think this, in my mind, this sets a little bit of a dangerous precedent, because this is not the only application, even in this area. And so we're going to, and this is the, we can only redo the overlay district so fast. I mean, so there's a lot that haven't even started the process, and I don't know if they want them or not. You can certainly imagine an area with lots of irrigation where they would say, oh yeah, let's do lots of cannabis production and make lots of money. This community seems to be saying the other thing, and I'm just concerned that we are saying we don't really care what your overlay district wants. We're going to grandfather this one in, and that just concerns me.
Madam Chair, I actually disagree with that. We're not saying we don't care what a planning district wants. What they want is very important when they get together and it goes through the process. What we would be saying is we're going to put a de facto moratorium on everybody who right now has legal regulatory rights to have applied for this. This was already approved a while ago, and say, well, we're going to make some people who have a right to do things hang around and wait for some other people to decide what they think should be done. And this is not a way to govern. So I am very sympathetic with, things take time, and people go to the effort to do an overlay district are to be highly commended. But it doesn't mean that everybody else's rights to do things are held in abeyance until they get to the point where they can accomplish that. And I understand where, from some points of view, that might seem like, well, we're on the verge of doing this and you're sneaking it in. No, that's not the case. This went through the Planning Commission a while ago, and I think, they have a complete right to do this. They've met all the criteria, and it is, I think, an inappropriate way to govern, to say, well, we're going to hold everything in abeyance. There are things that get grandfathered in. I think you can't say, like, nobody can build a house on their property until we revise what our building codes are going to be, because it'll be safer in the future, and everybody wants it. People have to keep living.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll just say I don't think you can compare a cannabis growing unit to a house.
No, it's just something where you have regulations about how things can be done, right? And so things end up being grandfathered in. I wasn't making any other false equivalency.
Right. Well, so things can be grandfathered in, and other situations might be different. I think we're going to have this situation come up several times in the next little while, and I don't know. I would rather, since they already have a draft of what their overlay is going to be. I mean, if they didn't even have a draft and it was just a few people saying, well, this is what we think it's going to be, but they've had this draft, for several months. So it's not like, I mean, last I heard, they're going to bring it to us next month. So it's coming right up, and they're also saying in their thing that the delay was not on their part, but because we didn't have the staff to do it. So they've been going as fast as they can to put in their rules. That's all.
And also, we delayed this hearing because they were out of town.
Well, so, I appreciate what you're saying. I don't totally agree with it.
Okay, so.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I move to accept the staff's recommendation to deny the appeal.
Do I have a second? I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
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 Okay, so I'm sorry. 3-2.
You guys are wrong.
Do we have another motion?
So in discussion, just to, before we go to a motion, there's sort of, that motion failed. Let's go to motion A, table. B, accept the road agreement, and we set the levels right now.
I don't know if we can do that because we've already voted to deny the, we didn't deny the appeal.
We didn't deny the appeal. You made a motion to deny the appeal.
We took staff's recommendation. The Board of County Commissioners deny the appeal of the Santa Fe County Planning Commission final order. So those of you who voted in the negative supported for nothing to happen and for the applicant to not be able to have a cannabis farm.
I understand that. I also understand that I would have allowed other solutions that were not that solution. Either A, tabling it, for them to come to a road agreement, give them another 30 days or whatever, or us to arbitrarily just decide between these two these two road agreements, let's just make a decision and, work on Solomon's baby. Right? We make the decision.
I think we're done.
Oh.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, no, you're not done.
Yes.
The decision is of the Planning Commission. So that's the decision.
Okay.
So if the decision of the Planning Commission is going to be overturned, you need a vote, a motion to do that, and you need that motion to have a second and to carry. So again, there has to be an affirmative action to grant the appeal. It is the appellants that have the burden of proof.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Hang on.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I must be tired.
So are you saying you would approve? So why don't you, I don't see the value of tabling it again, honestly.
So, me too, but I was just willing for discussion purposes to do it. But I could make a motion to overturn to uphold the Planning Commission with the condition, the additional condition that a road agreement with since I'm going to make the motion, a percentage of, what is that percentage? 35% of the road maintenance costs be carried by LRA growers, or the LRA growers, right? The property owner there.
Can I ask for clarification on that? I know you need a second, but since it's the details, we're going to just keep voting down motions and having to revise them.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you know how many people are on the road?
There's a chart here.
I want to know, because I want to know where you came up with 35%.
Because it was $1,000 and it was in the $300 range or so, but it was $400, so it could be 40%.
1, 2, 3, 4.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I do basic math. I understand that $400 is 40%.
I didn't know the right number percentage.
That's not the question. If you're talking about a proportional road agreement, that $400 number is not, nobody told us what it's based on. So if you want a proportional road agreement, then I'm not willing to take any one other person's word for it, how many people are on the road and how do they pay now?
So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 11 people on the road. The agreement here, based on what the neighborhood put forward, was 36.36%. So 35% was close enough, but proportional.
Why would one neighbor pay 35% when, if there are 11 houses on the road, they'd all pay 9-point-something%?
Because he's going to.
They don't all pay they all pay a percentage based on their distance that they travel on the road.
Right. So
That's one part. That's one proportional part. And in this case, they're asking for a conditional use permit, so we get to. They're close, and this is the 35%. They were the growers were offering 30% or something close to that. I'm not sure, but I don't have that.
Would 30% actually be close to what you pay?
May I ask?
Yes, please.
And also,
30% would be.
Just step away from the mic and ask him.
He needs
If
to
you,
be
gotta be
sworn
sworn
if
in.
you provide the information, you have to
No.
get sworn in.
He needs to be sworn in.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
62 South Fork Extension, James Harris, and yes, I.
Thank you.
People are throwing numbers around that come from disparate sources. That is, they're calculated in different ways and they're being added up, and percentages are magically being developed, and I don't like that way of doing things, guys. I'm sorry. The idea of incorporating distances and that all makes total sense. What is the proportion that you guys previously paid, and what would it be with your offered add-on?
Madam Chair and the Commission and Ms. Hamilton, I typically pay a little over 8% for the location that I'm on that road.
Right.
It's as low as 2% for the entrance to the road, and is much, much more at the very end of the road. The road is almost a mile long.
The road or your driveway?
The road, South Fork Extension. So we all do pay a proportion of the road maintenance bill, but it is allocated by the distance.
The proportions change depending on what part of the road's being fixed, is
That's
what you're
correct.
telling me.
That's correct. And as far as
So it's redetermined every time?
No, it's always the same number. The same percentage, the same 8% for me.
Okay.
What I was in their agreement, it says that I would pay an additional 36.36% above and beyond what I already pay, which really totals out to be about 44.7% of the overall maintenance of the road.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I'm sorry, 35% is just too high a premium. That's a ridiculous premium. For the small amount of damage we all think that's going to happen?
Can I say something?
By all means. Well, ask the chair. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, can I speak to the
Yes.
quantity of vehicles in, let's say, a 5-year period, which is roughly how often we do work on the road, is about 85,000 passes in a period of 5 years. As far as the water deliveries, it's in a 5-year period, it's 330 passes compared to 85,000, 86,000 passes. it's pretty minimal. And I think we've already proven at the last hearing that really a trailer with water is equal to a full-size truck.
So, So we're trying to figure out this road agreement, and we're trying to figure out what you are going to agree to pay. It seems like even though we don't have a signed road agreement, you all seem to work on the road together. Is that what I'm hearing?
We already do, Madam Chair. At this point in time, we have an agreement, but it is verbal only. It was my thought that stay the same. It was my thought that we could, in my final order, add in an additional requirement in my final order that says that I will pay an additional $300 per year. May that be 5 years before our next maintenance or 3 years. It'll be $300 per year in addition to what I normally pay. So
Okay,
that,
so you want that in the final order?
yeah, I think that'd be fine. As far as the road agreement itself, it has always worked as a verbal thing.
Okay, are you good with that in the final order?
So
Do you understand what the final order is?
I understand. My concern is the proportionality with inflation and things like that. $300 disappears.
Per year.
But $300 per year when this is a historical number, and that might be $2,000 next year, right? Because of that. And so that is a
It's not
inflation.
$300 a year, it's $300 on top of what they already pay. It's a premium.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. I can live with that.
Okay, will somebody make a motion?
Sure.
So
I move
yeah.
that we accept county staff's recommendation and deny the appeal with the condition that the applicant be required to pay a $300 annual premium on top of what they already pay for road maintenance.
And I'll second that.
Okay, are there other conditions, Jose, that we need?
Madam Chair, there were conditions imposed on the conditional use. I didn't put them in this report, but they would, with approval with the conditional use, they would have to comply with the conditions of staff.
Okay, so we're including the conditions of staff from the previous hearings,
Madam Chair, yes.
Planning Commission. So
The Planning Commission conditions are already in place unless it gets overturned. So, right?
Question, Jose, they're asking is, are there any other conditions, or the staff conditions were the planning commission's conditions? Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, which are in place. I don't have to include them in the motion.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
No, it was great.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Hamilton, a second by Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Discussion?
Oh, discussion.
And just for my edification, so I'm understanding, and I just, for clarification, as a conditional use permit and getting this approval with this additional condition on what the road conditions would be, because that's what I'll say the appellant, the entities that appealed this said this was going to have an adverse effect on the community. And what it came down to in our last meeting was it was because of this road issue. Though the original reason, and the reason the letter that we all received was that it was ahead of their planning. They were already an overlay, but I'm going to have to say that I concur that if it's not there and we don't have that in place yet, how can we hold someone at fault for something that's not in place yet? So a conditional use permit with the condition, as long as it's addressing all of those issues that aren't going to have any detrimental effect on the community, then this would be something that would be validly, we would go by the way of staff. Am I correct in understanding that? I'm looking for concurrence. Or is there something that I'm not understanding? I got it. I finally understand.
I think you're right. I think that there are probably some other circumstances, but we narrowed it down to the road.
It became apparent that the road issue was what was supposedly the carrying force in our last meeting, and it just seems that we didn't get there from here to this meeting. So I think we're at the right place. So thank you for allowing the conversation, the discussion. I understand. Thank you.
I have a question also about the motion. Are we just saying that they're going to maintain their oral agreement and he's going to pay another $300? Or are we saying that they have to have a road agreement? Because, and I say this not just because of their situation, but this is in my district, and all the roads off of South Fork are in terrible shape. This one's probably in better shape because they at least have an oral agreement, but without written road agreements, these roads are falling apart. And, you know, and that's a different issue, but I just wonder if, what the intention was.
Whatever they're doing, they
Yeah.
it was just adding, it was agreeing to add what they normally pay and a $300 premium.
If I may, and I have to say I go with what you were saying earlier, Commissioner Hamilton, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, is then it would be incumbent on the appellants to follow or at least look at the agreement and recognize that they have made the adjustment for the $300, but it doesn't appear like that actually got into that part of the conversation. So I would say it would be up to the appellants to make sure that their concern of road repair and this requirement for the $300 be followed. If they opt not to, it's really contingent on the appellant and communicating with an entity that appears to not have been communicated with.
So pardon me, Madam Chair, but the appellant cannot decide to come to the table.
No, it's just about concurring and getting the road approved.
Right, but they could choose not to sign.
If they choose not to sign, then they won't have their interaction on repair of the road, maintenance of the road. That's up to the appellant.
Madam Chair,
I believe, if I could, the motion was conditions imposed by the Planning Commission, and in addition, based upon what has been described as an existing oral agreement that will remain in place with the addition of the applicant paying an additional $300 per year annual road maintenance premium. That's the maintenance. I mean, that's the motion. Maintain the status quo on the road, but they're going to contribute $300 more dollars. Okay.
And just my final comment is I think this is going to be very hard for them to enforce on each other since they're not even talking to each other. But that's all I'll say.
Okay, all those in favor? say
Aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay, the motion carries. We have 4 affirmative and 1 opposed. Congratulations. Okay, next, we will go on to announcements. I do have one last announcement on October 12th. Western Leadership Network is having a reception here. You're all invited. Myself and James Kinney, Secretary, are going to be speaking. Santa Fe at La Fonda.
Madam Chair.
And you're all invited.
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome National Association of Counties, 25 largest counties, to town starting tomorrow afternoon. They will be here on mostly Thursday and Friday. Counties from Travis County in Texas, Harris County in Texas, large counties, and there will be a few events. I don't know how open they are, but I will distribute information about them.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
Why what?